We're back, baby! Wait, hold on. Hello everyone and welcome to We're So Back, baby! Welcome back to ROOMBA, everyone. The whole gang is here! Hello, gang!
What up?
Gang!
Hello.
We're here. We got the gang back together.
We're all here. The band's back.
I'm here.
Yeah, baby! So what have you guys been doing while I was prepping stream? I just see that you've been downloading a bunch of mods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Preparing
Very
for
much.
gaming, I guess.
Also, heads up, if the game on stream today is a little laggy, you're seeing the reason why on stream currently. Look at all
That's
those
funny.
foxes and cats.
Yes.
Entity cramming go burr.
Insert joke
Yep.
Oh,
here.
here.
Oh dear. I just love Mina's quiet. Oh dear. So the reason
So-
why they're so just a quick note as to why I've just been doing some also hello, this is the egg floor. This is the incubator
Egg.
floor
Egg.
where eggs will hatch. But
Not
yeah,
said egg.
how's your week
I'm gonna add
been?
Markiplier.
Mina?
Silence.
Anyone?
Yeah. My week has been okay. Drove 3 hour each way to go do a job interview this week.
What?
Yeah. You go next. I'll go last.
Other than that, it
Um,
was mostly just standard. Sit at home, not do very much. Do more applying for jobs on the internet.
Job hunting. I might start
I
doing that
finally got a
again.
job. I finally got a job. It's not anywhere where I want to be, but it's a job. And oh, I have so much cheese made for y'all.
Oh, drama? Yes, please.
Yeah,
I
so
love,
there's
I love
drama.
how Mina goes for cheese man, then I immediately just like, oh, it's drama time. Ooh.
Yeah, we
Don't remember who
drama boy.
Cheese Man was.
We have a lot of.
Chisme is Spanish for gossip.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's just like.
Okay, that's why I didn't understand it. Okay.
We old women of the neighborhood this up.
Yes. I hope everybody has their cafecito for today.
Ah, fuck! I need to go.
What?
Coffee.
I didn't get to make mine yet.
I've got Crystal Light powder mix iced tea.
I have water.
I don't need anything because I have my drinks where I need them to be.
I have.
I have
water.
the
Wow,
iced.
my week
I
was
have tea
somewhat-
that
my-
offends the British and iced tea that offends the South.
Perfect. That's all you need.
I shall wait until I can speak.
It also stains my teeth. it keeps my dentist employed.
Right.
Really, it just means whenever I go in, they have to spend a little
Oh.
more time to clean it all off. But fine.
No. I feel like I just cannot speak. Why?
Because you
Words
take too
hard.
long.
I'm trying, but I always get talked over. As I'm trying to say, my week has been pretty uneventful, save for job hunting and maybe finding a hit.
I'm sorry. What?
Get it?
My week itself was pretty uneventful, save for that I was job hunting and maybe we got something.
Ooh.
Real
Yo,
good bitchin'.
I'm not sure because I had to send my, as we call it, basically like your own profile, if you will, with things that you've done and that kind of
Resume.
stuff.
So it's
Yeah,
a
my resume. The word escaped my mind for a moment. I had to send my resume this week. I think tomorrow, if not Tuesday, will I hear more about that, depending on how fast things are going. And hopefully I will have the talk and maybe then I get accepted into the job. Who knows? Time will tell.
Hopefully.
hey, could be worse because most of the positions I'm applying for the government. I just got an email the other day from a group I applied to like a month and a half ago saying, "Yo, are you still interested? We'd like to interview you."
People
Oof.
really drag their feet when it comes to.
And that's one of the
offering
faster ones.
that. My point still stands. Anyway, so do you guys want Cheeseman now or do you guys want to wait?
You know what? I would like to do cheesemate, but at the same time, we do have a lot of things from past Roombas that we didn't do because you were not with us.
Yeah.
So
Let's do Cheese Man, and then we'll go through some of the far backlogs that we were waiting for you for. Which the first one is the cocaine sharks.
True.
Fuck yeah. Okay. So, bitch, let me tell you what's been happening at this UPS store.
Ooh.
Wait, is that the UPS store?
Of course it is.
Insert
Alright,
insert the
also,
cat gif
Hold on.
of like the ass.
Hold on. So for the Europeans, UPS is one of the private shipping companies, not to be confused with the USPS, which is the postal service.
But of course, people confuse it quite often. I cannot tell you how many times I say, I'm sorry, we cannot help you with this package because it's for USPS.
Yeah,
Or-
it's like they are different. They're unrelated. Their acronyms are very similar, and I'll be honest, what the acronym stands for them both is also very similar.
Yeah.
Because it's
like,
United
it's an
States Postal
understandable
Service, and I'm pretty sure it's United Postal
United
Service.
Yep.
Or United Package Service or something like that.
Something like that. But also, I'm gonna call it.
Does UPS stand or
My store specifically doesn't send anything.
United
to
Parcel
Mexico.
Service?
Okay, there we go. And I got a call on the phone. I'm like, hi, welcome to UPS. How can I help you? Sí, es que ustedes mandan a México? No, ahorita no. No, we don't send anything to Mexico right now. She was asking if we send stuff to Mexico.
Okay.
I want to send something to Mexico or I want something to be sent from Mexico. And I was hoping I could pay for it in the American store. But every time she like referred to UPS, she didn't call it UPS. She called it El Oops.
Oops. Oopsie daisy. Honestly, as a
And
Spanish speaker, yeah, I would also call it oops.
If we didn't tell you it was pronounced UPS, you would say el oops.
Probably, yeah.
Oops.
Or, you know, if my English wasn't...
It's like the story of the father trying to get the Nintendo 10 for their child, the Nintendo DS.
La Nintendo DS. I know exactly what fucking joke you're gonna talk about.
I heard a story about that where they were trying to get the Nintendo DS, or how we pronounce Spanish 10, because they were mishearing their child.
You know what?
Yeah.
Was...
Language funny.
Language is very funny.
Continue, Mina.
So, anyway, that wasn't the chisme, that was just something funny that happened at work. The chisme is that before I got hired, there was an assistant manager. We'll call him Dickhead.
Okay.
And he worked with my manager. We shall call her Bluey.
Okay.
And they both work underneath the owner. We shall call him...
Pulp.
He's just never fucking there.
Oh, he used poof.
Ah, yes. The authentic managerial experience.
Dude, this man still hasn't made an official schedule. I'm just like, hey, do you want me in? And if they check yes, I go in. Right?
Cringe.
So, Bluey and Dickhead have been at each other's throats for a little bit because of an inciting incident coming from Dickhead. Naturally. Dickhead has a wife and a child.
Oh no.
However, he's one of them sleazebags that will hit on any female coworkers and any female customers because he thinks he can pull any woman he wants. Having only seen this man once, he don't got a fucking chance. For real
The fact he's one of those guys who the fact he has a wife at all means
is a miracle.
yeah, divinely favored, divine intervention.
It means y'all have a chance. Much more of a chance than you. I've seen most of you. You're all cutie patooties.
Nuh-uh, says you.
I do say. Shut
You
the fuck up.
cutie patootie. Nuh-uh.
The fuck you mean,
Nuh-uh. That's what the fuck I mean.
My boys are patooties. Anyways, so he's that type of motherfucker, right? And also, he's the type of guy who will not ask the customer if they want securities on an item they're shipping and not make sure they're being sent to the right place. So he
has a peanut for a brain.
Yes. So he sent a package for a customer to New York. It was a phone, but he put in the wrong address. And it's sent, and the customer never got their phone, and they didn't have insurance on it. So now UPS is being sued because of that guy. Which is the only reason he got fired. Anyway, the inciting incident between Dickhead and Bluey is that Dickhead started cheating on his wife with some 19-year-old.
Oh god.
He's
Oh, no.
28.
He's what?
He's 28. It's legal, but it's like you're married, you have a kid, you got a baby mama, right? And also,
Reminder,
fuck our 28-year-old
cheating on a wife is perfectly legal, but polygamy is not. Unrelated, but still just the bit of the legal system.
Yeah. What else? So Bluey was just like, okay, whatever, until she found out that the 19-year-old was the daughter of a friend of hers.
Oh boy, this is becoming a
Oh,
fucking
no.
spider's net.
How do I say this? My city is a very small city. Anyway,
Ask every. No, this is the start of a fucking murder mystery in a small city where everyone knew each other.
so the friend of Bluey's came up to her and said, "Hey, let me know when that assistant manager of yours comes in. I'm gonna have to fight him. He's talking to my daughter. We found out he has a baby mama. Let me know when he's in." And she said, "Hey, you catch him in the streets, he's all yours. I'm not gonna say shit. Don't want you to fight at my job." Right? So, out of respect for Bluey, friend agrees. Then the assistant manager says some shit like, "We have rules for how to pack certain stuff." Right? He was packing like a cable box at some point, and he was like overusing the bubble wrap, and she's like, "Hey, you can't be using that much," because she's the manager. And then Dickhead comes in and he's just like, what did he say? It was like, "What the fuck do you care? You're not paying for this shit. Fuck off," basically, right? So then she's not gonna take that lying down, so she goes to her friend. She's like, "Hey, remember I said you don't need to come to my work to fight him? Go for it."
Goddamn.
So then she tells the rest of the employees, "If you see a guy come in and he wants to talk to Dickhead, go to the bathroom, lock the door, don't say a word." So then shit just goes downhill for a while. Then the lawsuit thing I talked about happened. And then at some point tells Dickhead he tells Dickhead that he has received his final check and to never contact him again.
Good.
And blocks his number. None of us have any fucking clue that at that point that he has received his final check. Alright, so none of us have any clue that he has received his final check. I only started working Thursday. Never seen this man in my life. The only context I had at that point is that he starts hitting on the other female employees thinking he can pull from my friend who got me the job. So I go in on Friday and I'm working with this other coworker. He's showing me the road. Very kind. Like him a lot. Very kind. And he says, "Hey, I'm gonna go on my lunch break. Can you watch the store for a minute?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure," because it's only us two in the store. It's a very small store. And I'm helping somebody and I see someone come on in. And I'm like, "Hi, welcome to UPS." And he nods and then just goes straight to the back. And I'm like, "Huh?" I'm like, "Oh, it might be a coworker. I just don't know their names, don't know their faces. I've never formally met everyone." So he goes to the back and then he starts talking to my coworker. And I'm like, "Oh, it might be Dickhead. Is that who that is?" Because he's saying, "Hey, let's go outside. We gotta do this man to man." And so my coworker's like, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" He grabs his phone, heads outside with, Dickhead. They're outside for like a good 15 minutes. And customers are still coming in. I don't know what to do. I'm just handling the store the best I can. And then suddenly, my coworker comes in, stays on his lunch break because it was interrupted. And then Dickhead comes back in. I should mention, by the way, this entire time it seems like he's been on something. Like, my coworker keeps saying he's drunk, but I couldn't smell it. So he very well could have just been on drugs. And, possible. So this entire time, I go into the mail room and start putting stuff in the PO boxes. And the entire time, he's just screaming that is a bitch, and that he's the F slur. And then
Oh,
the UPS
maggot,
comes
but
in.
with an F instead of an M?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I just want to make sure because some of the slurs I'm like, huh?
Yeah. The gay
Look,
slur.
the anti-gay slur, the one that's actually real, the one that was actually said during Xbox Live, so it counts. Because that's the rule. If it wasn't yelled by angry teenagers on Xbox Live, it's not a real slur.
Fair enough. I guess it also depends on your demographic too.
Well,
let's see.
that's mainly to like make fun of. That definition originated from people making fun of the weird people trying to claim cis is a slur by being like,
No.
I don't remember cis being shouted during Xbox Live.
Yeah, pretty much. You're right.
Yep.
You're correct. So yeah, he starts calling him that, and then the driver's just like, "Who are you calling that?" And they're like, "I'm calling that." He's like, "Okay." They're both trying to get him to leave. I'm still in the mail room with my phone at the ready in case I need to call the fucking police. And basically he was saying that he wasn't gonna fuck with Bluey because she's female. Like, quoting on that, she's female. Biggest red flag I ever done seen. Aside from, you know, all the other fucking red flags. And then later on, Bluey comes in and she's like, "Was that fucking dickhead in the dumpster outside?"
Huh?
What?
Damn, didn't realize he drove a Cybertruck.
I don't think he can afford a second.
Honestly, I feel like this music does not fit the mood at all.
I can't.
Oops.
But anyway, so we never ended up calling the police because he did just end up leaving on his own. But now he's threatened the manager, but doesn't plan to do anything because she's a woman. The owner, who he tried to call, but he found out that he's been blocked. And my coworker, who's like, "I didn't even do anything. Why am I getting involved?" And he's like, "You're involved now because I'm talking to you."
Bruh.
So now we have to. Now we gotta keep an eye out to make sure this motherfucker isn't gonna do anything in the store. Because he started threatening him in front of me, the new hire, and customers.
Bruh.
Oh yeah, we are tired. And that is my chisme for the day.
We
Whack.
love cheese, mate. We love cheese, mate.
Anyway, to the idea box where we have from the BBC. Hold on, I'm scrolling up to it. BBC News: Sharks off Brazil coast test positive for cocaine.
Cocaína. Sorry.
La cocaína.
Being able to speak Spanish makes everything so much funnier.
It does. Also, it was on Shark Week apparently.
I don't know. But yeah, also would be Portuguese because it's Brazil, but you know, same difference. But yeah, Mina's got the article up,
All right.
or the
So-called
CBS
cocaine-
News article anyway.
Yeah. So-called cocaine sharks are the latest nightmarish animals to make headlines. The phenomenon is explored in an upcoming Discovery TV show that will air during the channel's Shark Week event. Let's see. Tracy Fanara, an environmental engineer who's part of the experiments that were filmed in Key West for cocaine sharks, said there's a lot of legitimately to this clickbait headline. She said the experiments were because large amounts of cocaine, often being brought to the U.S. on boats, wash up on our coasts annually, especially in the Florida Keys. Oh wait, this is completely different, isn't it? Is it?
That's a separate instance of cocaine sharks.
We have more cocaine sharks.
No, it's the BBC one where it's cocaine sharks off Brazil,
There it is.
which is presumably a symptom of the same
What
thing.
happened to you?
Looks like someone ate it, or something ate it.
2023 was a big year for big year for sharks on coke.
The Coke Sharks.
First, Cocaine Shark, a B movie about mutant murderous sharks, which apparently never did the drug. A few months later, documentary filmmakers released the more sober Cocaine Sharks, plural, which tried to find out whether sharks are in the Gulf of Mexico and found many packages of coke lost or dumped by drug smugglers. This is still too far north. Oh no, there it is.
Yeah.
Now scientists in Brazil report first proof that the animals are indeed exposed to cocaine.
I was gonna say, if they're tiger sharks, they're definitely eating that fucking cocaine.
Why?
Because tiger sharks are known as the dumpsters of the ocean. They're infamous for eating anything.
Wasn't one of them found with a live grenade in their stomach once?
One of them was found with a Nazi inside of their stomachs.
I remember that one.
Let's see. Scientists in Brazil report the first proof that the animals are indeed exposed to cocaine. They're eating 13 sharp-nosed sharks taken from the coastal waters near Rio de Janeiro had traces of the drug in their muscles and livers. The findings are very important and potentially worrying, says Sarah Novaes, a marine ecotoxologist at the Marine and Environmental Science Center of the Polytechnic University of Lleida. Lleida.
What's... is it a Spanish name?
I think it's a Portuguese thing. Because it's Brazil.
Ah.
Nove, who was not involved in the study. Brazilian Miku. Rest in peace, Brazilian Miku.
Oh, I think we can also talk about that today. I think it was also on the list.
We can lump that in with the other Miku thing that's in here.
Yeah. Cautions that more research is needed to determine whether the sharks or the humans who eat them are harmed by the exposure. Cocaine has been detected in sewage and rivers in many countries, including Brazil. Around Rio de Janeiro, the drug probably enters the sea directly from the drainage from illegal labs where cocaine is refined. I have an ad, hold on. Shut the fuck up.
It also comes from drug use via untreated sewage.
Did you want to read it?
Well, I was just doing it because you were trying to find your spot again.
Okay. Cocaine packs lost or dumped by traffickers could also be a source. Let's see, what did it do? Unlike celebrity predators and cocaine sharks, great hammerheads, tiger sharks, and other hefty species, the Brazilian sharks were juvenile and small adults, averaging 52 centimeters long and weighing less than a quart of milk.
Yeah, and it says they were specifically surveyed because they are specifically coastal sharks, which would be in a position to get the most exposure. So they would be the most likely ones to have the traces of it as compared to the more well-traveled sharks like great whites.
Mm-hmm. Also, that's cute. Marmosets call each other by name. This is evidence of the increase of danger of cocaine pollution. Concern is that the toxicants in the shark's livers can hinder production of vitellogenin, which becomes the yolk needed for eggs. All females in the study were pregnant, although the consequences of cocaine exposure for the fetuses are unknown. Also still unclear is whether the drug affects the shark's behavior. Okay, so we have no idea what's happening to the sharks, but we just know they're covered in cocaine.
Yep.
And it's gonna affect their baby somehow.
I mean, that sounds that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You are going to Brazil.
Nah.
Anyway,
what else do we have for Samina?
Alright, there's apparently one of the things that we'd put off is apparently Hatsune Miku anime movie.
Wait, when was that? I think
It's something Jimmy put in here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I have to find it. I have to scroll up.
It was. It turns out that Vocaloids or something was actually made by Japan.
No, okay.
So Vocaloid is a program, right? Vocaloid itself is just the program.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on, wait. Funny you mentioned Vocaloid themselves. I was looking up. I was, scrolling through Twitter, and then I see a meme, you know, because Hatsune Miku is just everywhere. And it's just a Spanish person like, we invented Boca, it makes me feel so proud. And so it's like, Spain is inventing weird stuff lately. Fucking cigarettes, mobs, CRISPR, and then Hatsune Miku?
Hatsune Miku.
This is, by the way, a quote retweet of like Yamaha items, and then, is that Hatsune Miku? And according to
Wait until you hear what Hitachi makes.
Wikipedia, Vocaloid is a singing voice synthesizer software product. Its signal processing part was developed through a joint research project between Yamaha Corporation and the Music Technology Group in Universitat Pompeu Fabra de Barcelona. So, Spain made Miku! Arriba España! You know, in correlation with Japan. So that's hilarious. Anyway, what were we talking about apart from, you know, that?
We were talking about the new anime movie Project Sekai, The Broken World, and Miku Who Can't Sing, which is set to release next January.
Honestly, would watch.
I would also watch. The problem that, not the problem, but the thing that caught my eye is that it's called Project Sekai, which is the mobile game.
Oh.
Yes, so there's a mobile game for Hatsune Miku.
Mm-hmm.
Project Sekai Colorful Stage. It's a rhythm game, right?
As
a colorful
you do.
fucking game. So, let's see. According to a post on Twitter by Project Sekai's official handle, Hatsune Miku is set to start in a new movie produced by PA Works called Project Sekai: The Broken World, set in theaters across Japan January 17th next year. It's the person who the person who's directing it has worked on Dr. Stone and Squid Girl, and recently My Sister's Unusual. But there's nothing else on it. But it is based on her mobile game, because this character, and this character are from the are characters in each story mode.
I
So
mean,
he has a circus theme, she has a rock theme, and they have a electronic DJ theme.
Miku is in a phone.
Yeah, so the whole point of the video game is that she is in a phone, and she can contact you and bring her into the Sekai world. Sekai is basically your true feelings realized into song. Right? So if you're not singing with all your heart, you can't summon Hatsune Miku.
Ah, dang it. I wanna summon Hatsune Miku. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me.
Of course, everything was on dang it. The moment someone says it, everyone has the let's go gambling!
Let's go gambling!
Let's go gambling.
So
We
that's
love
what happened.
Miku, we love Miku.
Riding on top of that, do you guys know that Brazil is no longer on Twitter?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That we have that later. Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
first-
that's in relation to the Hatsune Miku stuff.
Wait, really?
Why did Brazilian Miku come about?
That was unrelated. That was just someone drew it. I'm pretty sure. Someone like drew it as a thing, and I was like, "Yo, that's cool." And everyone started.
And then it was
drawing,
like,
they're all
well, I guess
like-
we're doing international Mikus now.
I haven't seen someone who did like Brazilian Miku, but it was Lopunny, because of course it was.
I've seen Spanish Miku.
This is what I've gotten in response. There you go. I put the tweet
In
in.
hindsight, Brazil giving us this cool Twitter trend was like when a character suspiciously completes their arc before a death scene. Yeah.
And below, for those who can't see it, it's a reimagining of the painting of Ivan the Terrible holding his son after killing him in a fit of madness.
Brazilian Miku, no.
But yeah, so that was a trend, was people drawing Hatsune Miku but localized. And then there were some memes about it. Like I think I saw one where it was normal Miku trying to go through like TSA, and then just TSA's dumping out the bags and all the passports. Like they're arresting normal.
Yeah, I
Hatsune
have that
Miku.
one. I got that
Uh,
one. Hold on. The flames of disaster. is
The
also
flames of
gonna bring-
disaster. I think
The
that's
flames of disaster.
that's a new one that I saw like really recently. Like
I fucking love it so much.
But yeah, people have been doing the localized Miku, which is like a cool, cute thing that's like quality or whatever, and it's like, we did it,
This is my
boys.
friend.
Racism is no more. We're being cultured. We're actually
This is my
enjoying
friend.
culture of different countries instead of being shit to each other.
wait,
Except for this one.
that was made
Except for this one person.
that was made by
Except
a
for that one
person
guy.
made- There's one person drew Japanese Hatsune Miku, but when they drew it, they like meant obviously traditional old Japan, right? With ink
Yeah.
brush paintings and all that. And people were giving them so much shit for saying Miku's already Japanese. And it's like, yeah, but this is a more traditional.
Oh yeah,
Japan.
someone did
not just
Israeli
anime.
Miku and got shat for it.
They got shit for it for two reasons. One, because the Israeli-Palestinian issue, Free Palestine,
Yeah.
and because they
Yeah,
used
you got
AI.
that bullshit.
Oh, was AI?
And then what?
It was AI.
Oh. Yeah, that'd do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like,
Anyway,
come
this is my
on.
friend's take on Puerto Rican Miku.
Yo.
This is my friend. She's very talented.
Yeah, she looks very talented.
I know I saw one. I don't have it, but it was like American Miku, and it was straight up like the Walmart Warrior Miku.
What?
Are you
Somebody made
familiar with like
American
the?
Miku black, and people were just like,
There've been a
people
lot of
do that, but
American
also they
Mikus
love
for
it.
different bits of America. I'm sure there's someone who's doing like the one for every state, but like no, it was like a Walmart Warrior where it's like the overweight in the mobility scooter shopping cart.
I love that for them.
It's just the funny. Speaking of America, though, Mina, you had put in here that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's net loss for the U.S. Army.
Ah, yes. So, the military spent money on having Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson film an ad for them. So naturally, recruitment rates dropped.
Oof.
Was not another Top Gun.
That's an oomphy if I've ever seen one. Eh.
Look, I still think one of the funniest things.
He bet $11 million
you.
on The Rock and
Yeah,
UFL getting enlistments.
God
And they
damn.
have actually
You
hurt
were signed up.
recruitment.
I heard someone sneeze, but that's you.
Yeah, that's me. I'm my bad. Okay,
Imagine
some very
spending
aggressive
11
sneezes.
million. Imagine spending $11 million on an ad, and then it has the opposite effect.
And then no work.
The high-dollar, high-profile dealer likely didn't lead to a single new army recruit, and may possibly had a negative impact on finding new enlistments. It might seek to have some of its money back. Thank you, military.com.
Military.com, Paul.
It's in the midst. Oh, the army's actually in the midst of a historic recruiting crisis.
Yes.
Well, I can guess why.
Yeah. The United States maintaining one of the largest militaries on the planet in peacetime is having a problem getting enough manpower, especially since most of its recent conflicts have been really unpopular.
Yep.
Johnson hasn't posted anything on his Instagram related to the army since April. So he's not doing much for his contract. He didn't gain any enlistments for them, and he costs $11 million.
I'm pretty sure that was probably both like paying him and paying to actually run the ads, but still.
Yeah, and now they just want some of their money back.
'Cause I saw it was apparently with like minor league American football.
Oh. Wait, what does the minor
We
league
have the
American
major-
football have to do with anything?
So we have major
Apparently,
league. And
I
minor
assume that's where they were running the ads.
league. Major league is like the stuff you'll see on TV at the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
The NFL.
Minor
yeah.
league is just minor league is anything not there. It's just smaller leagues.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It's for baseball. Baseball, because this one I actually know. Baseball, you've got the Major League Baseball, which is the one people hear about, and then you got the minor league, which is specific when people say the minor league, at least when it refers to baseball. Most major league teams have a minor league team where they put like rookies.
Yeah,
or
a B
people who aren't currently
team.
on the main roster. Yeah, it's like the B team.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
to let them get some practice in like real games and do some stuff. It's also relevant because, at least in my area, there's some drama with it going on because the recent drama is that the Oakland A's major league team is leaving the area because they have the oldest stadium in baseball, which is shit. And they finally decided to get a new one, and they wanted to move down to San Jose, the city I'm in. However, they got blocked by the San Francisco Giants because the San Francisco Giants have a minor league team in San Jose, and they're refusing to let the A's move there because they're assholes and they want to monopolize the major league baseball cred in the Bay Area.
Alright.
And basically everyone's calling them assholes for it, but it's like, we need to have money.
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 Yeah, for context though, like how bad the Oakland A's stadium is, there's merch referring to the Oakland Coliseum as baseball's last dive bar. It's quite bad. Apparently they're gonna be moving to Vegas, which is funny because the American
I know
football
it's a
team
Dallas.
that shared the Coliseum with the A's and ruined it by adding shit to it that ruined the airflow and whatever. Also moved there. So I was joking, yo, they should see if they can mooch off their stadium and ruin it. Return the favor.
Sick.
That would have been
I know
funny.
that I just know that the Dallas Cowboys come here to train every summer.
Cool.
I don't know.
Yeah, just because it gets too dangerous to train over there in Texas.
Yeah, because it's Texas. The power grid fails and all the air conditioning goes out.
Completely unrelated, I love mining these meteorites with a shotgun.
Insert clip of Top Gear, Jeremy Clarkson gardening with a shotgun.
Yeah, basically.
And pruning a tree with a shotgun.
We love shotguns.
Yes. Anyway. Okay. We're finally getting to it. The passing of Rochelle Lillis. Mina.
Yeah, so Rochelle Lillis is a deeply missed voice actress. She is best known for her roles as Misty and Jessie from the Pokemon anime. She unfortunately passed away from cancer, and she's deeply, deeply missed. She's made a lot of people's childhoods, memorable and worth
Probably a bunch of people in here.
definitely. I believe she was also the voice of Togepi.
No, Jigglypuff.
Ah, thank you.
So I remember when I saw the news because I saw a quote retweet from it from Hungrybox. Anyone familiar with Hungrybox?
No.
No.
Okay, so
I am.
Hungrybox, aka Honda Bienma, is one of the most known Smash Bros. Melee players ever, and he plays Jigglypuff. So it's like him seeing that, he quote retweeted like, I've heard Jigglypuff's voice for so many years. So it's gonna hold on, let me find the tweet. Let me just find it really quickly. I have Twitter on the computer. box. Look at H-box. Okay. You guys can keep talking, by the way, when I'm looking for this.
So there's not much to say other than rest in peace and we missed you very much.
Yeah.
What day was it again?
I don't know the day. I don't know. This past month has been a blur.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Anyway. We're gonna hold that
No, that
off.
wasn't him.
Okay. Moving on from that drower note, we're gonna go to something funny. The theft of $1.5 million worth of chicken wings in Illinois. This was a news article I saw a while back. From NBC Chicago. Chicago area school worker gets 9-year sentence for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
How?
How the
A
fuck do you
school
steal
district
money?
official in Chicago has been sentenced to 9 years in prison for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings during the COVID-19 pandemic, according to prosecutors. A person who worked as the director of food services at school district pled guilty for theft and operating a financial criminal enterprise. The 68-year-old stole 11,000 cases of chicken wings meant for take-home meals for students during remote learning.
Wait.
Placed hundreds of unauthorized food item orders with the food service, the main supplier. These orders were separate from the legitimate ones. Food distributor billed the school district for the items, believing they were authorized purchases. Fraud was uncovered last year after an audit found the district food service department exceeded its annual budget by $300,000, just halfway through the school year. Records say the quote massive quantities of chicken stood out because they contain bones. Bone and wings are not typically served to students. Surveillance footage showed that the person would pick up the orders at the supplier's facility and they district cargo van and leave without ever bringing the food to school buildings. So it was someone was basically who was in charge of getting the food, billed school district for $1.5 million worth of chicken, and just stole it, presumably to go sell it elsewhere. Like, bruh. $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
How do you even accidentally order $1.5 million?
It wasn't accidental.
Why would
Like, I
you
know it
order
wasn't
1.5
accidental.
million chicken wings?
It was person.
Like, I know it wasn't at once, right? It was over a series of time, but how do you not keep track of that?
Well, no, it's just that they were the person in charge of keeping track of it, and they just weren't until it wasn't found until they audited it.
Yeah.
And they apparently stood out because it was the bone-in chicken, and that's usually not done. So, because literally,
Yeah. They just
Right.
were shit at covering their tracks.
yeah. That's another Trump one. There was another news. California man, not Florida man, California man, arrested for trying to ship literally a ton of meth to Australia.
I hate it here.
Moving on, that involves the Mango Man. That involves the Mango Man.
You have
That
a lot of
involves
Mango
Mango
Man.
Man.
Yeah.
The Disney Plus wrongful death lawsuit.
Oh, I've seen that floating around.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, You can start with starting the suit. I can go with whatever came out from after that.
Okay. So this one is the story behind this is person's wife dies at one of the Disney parks, I think due to anaphylactic shock induced by allergic reaction to food. And they sued Disney for wrongful death. And Disney attempted to have the case thrown out due to a clause in the EULA for Disney Plus. Which, first of all, is big bullshit, and people make fun of it. And the other thing that I saw pointed out was like, it's also the fact that there's like a very similar clause in the purchasing agreement for like the tickets to the park, which are the ones you'd think would actually be relevant instead of the Disney Plus. Especially it was like a Disney Plus free trial that was signed up for, not even like they were actively subscribed to it.
That's how you know that the ones on the tickets are bullshit, because they didn't immediately go for that one.
I don't know, they may have also done that one, but the Disney Plus one was the one that got all the news coverage. And then the subheading I have in the idea box is just, I hate corporate America, I hate corporate America, I hate corporate America, I hate corporate America.
And you are correct,
Mood.
sir.
You're correct in your hatred.
But yeah. So as a result of all of the backlash that is happening, Disney has actually rescinded that, and they will go into arbitration and a settlement with the family, which thankfully for them, they could get some coverage. But that's not going to bring back their loved one.
Yeah, it's going to be something ends by arbitration, which is, you know, basically worthless.
However, they did not rescind the part in their contract for Disney Plus that says that you can do, or that will get rid of that specific part of their contract, which was very dumb, especially because he didn't even own Disney Plus. He got it from a free trial of Disney Plus back in, what was it, 2019?
I don't know.
He had a free trial of Disney Plus that he used for a month and then canceled it. So he didn't even have the thing anymore with them.
Yeah, so in theory, you'd assume it's like an inactive contract.
Yeah,
it's not
but
something
he
you'd
signed the
expect would
contract.
be applicable in perpetuity.
What one would think is that it is a conditional contract. As long as I'm using Disney Plus, this is in effect. He stopped using the free month trial. He should no longer be on that contract.
Yeah. It's like, because if it was a thing that's in perpetuity, you know, they'd be like, yeah, also this applies to every blood descendant you will ever have.
Which you can't do with the contract. It is illegal.
They'd probably try it. Hide it in the 700 pages of EULA.
So here's what they do, right? For contracts like this, what they tried to do is they have to have it for the lifespan of somebody. So what some contracts will do is that they'll use the fucking royal family, if I remember this correctly. I could be talking out of my ass, but I remember talking about contracts at some point in university. And what they said is they will use the youngest member of the royal family, and when that member dies, the contract expires. Which means it will outlast the person signing it, because although companies can be considered people, which is dumb,
corporations are only sort of considered people.
They only sometimes have rights. They cannot be listed as a person for means of signing a contract. It has to be a natural born life.
It has to be an actual physical human.
Yes. Which is why they use the youngest member of the royal family.
Wait, what? And like, it states the name, or it just says the youngest member of the royal family?
Youngest member at the time of signing.
They put the name of whoever's the youngest member of the royal family at the time of signing, because British royalty is generally expected. They'll probably live for a long time nowadays. They're rich Europeans of high social status. They're gonna have good medical coverage, and they're very unlikely to randomly die in a car accident.
Unless you're Princess Diana, but she also wasn't born into the royal family. She married into it.
Anyways, off to some good news. NASA's identified the presence of liquid water on Mars.
Yay!
In great undersea caverns. Undersurface caverns. There's liquid water.
What?
Let's go.
We found water!
I can't stop winning.
Ka-ching.
Sorry.
Elon Musk's plan might not be completely batshit insane. Only mostly.
Only mostly, yeah.
Moving on, continuing to bypass the big ticket item. Japanese ANA Airlines new Pokemon safety video.
What did that?
ANA Airlines put out a new safety video that you can like find on the internet, and it's got Pokemon in it. Should we watch it or should we just say, "Oh yeah, that's a thing"?
I'm down to watch it at any point.
I'm done watching it.
On. Someone pull it up.
I'm looking for it.
Pretty sure it's just like the pre-flight safety briefing, but they've like got CGI Pokemon on it.
So what is it again?
Japanese ANA Airlines Pokemon safety video.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it too now. We all gonna watch it.
Wait, hold on. All right,
Here you go.
I got it. About it.
The ANA safety video featuring Pokemon. Yeah.
All right, I'll put it up on string. Give me a second.
Oh, that's so cute.
Well, you all are
Oh,
watching
you even
for
got a
me?
Pikachu backpack.
Yep.
Yeah, I have it on stream.
I was showing it on stream.
All right, go for it.
Of Japan.
ご搭乗ありがとうございます。
Welcome on board.
機内の安全についてご案内します。必ずご覧ください。
Please pay attention to the following safety
I
instructions.
assume this is because of the World
手荷
Championships
物は
because
重
they
ねな
were
い
in
ように
Japan.
座席の上の物入れまたは前の座席の下に
Or maybe it's
収
just
納してくだ
Japan
さい
being Japan.
手荷物が滑り出る恐れがあります
Please place your baggage in the overhead
I love the
compartment
little
or under the seat in front, and do
Pikachu
not
backpack.
stack items
Yeah.
on top
It's
of
all
each
of the
other, as they may
Pokemon store
fall out.
merch.
通路や非常口付近には手荷物を置かないでください
Nothing should block the aisle or
Look at
exits.
that.
離陸着陸の際は座席とテーブルを元の位置にお戻しください
Return your seat and table to the original
No,
position for
grenade!
takeoff and landing.
Hey, look, Bolt,
ベ
you're
ル
in
ト
the
着
video.
用サイン点灯中
Yeah.
並びにお座りの間はシートベルトを
Bravo.
常に着用してください揺れに備えシートベルトは腰の低い位置で緩みのないようお締めくだ
Oh,
さい
baby!
Keep your seatbelt fastened tight and low at all times in case of turbulence.
So I'm
when
watching the video
seatbelt
via
sign
your
is
stream,
on,
and all of our
whenever
reactions are going
seated.
to be relayed.
外す場合は
Yep,
金
never
具の
see
片
again.
方を持ち上げてくださ
'Cause
い
you're not physically
To
sharing the screen
unfasten,
on Discord.
raise the flap.
ショルダーベルトが
Just
設
someone
置され
choking
てい
and
る
watching
座席があり
the
ます
ceiling.
ショルダーベルト
Yep.
先端のフックをシートベルトの金具にかけてください
If your seat has a shoulder belt, please attach it to the seat belt.
外す場合は先にショルダーベルトを外します
I don't think I've ever seen an
To
airline
unfasten,
three-point harness.
undo the shoulder belt first.
電波を発する状態の
Pretty sick,
電
though.
子機はご使用にな
Do
り
you
ませ
think
ん
it's for
The
international
use of
flights?
electronic
Like big
Maybe.
devices
international
that
flights?
emit radio waves is
I'll ask my mom.
prohibited.
Maybe
about
it's
it.
just a
電源
Japanese
用するか
safety thing
機
that
内
the
モードなど
Americans
に設
don't
定して
have.
ください
Yeah.
Please turn them off or set them to airplane mode.
機内は通路を含め
Of course, for
禁煙
ZX
です
Max, they have to
化
do
粧室でのタ
Rotom,
バコ
of
は
course.
電子タバコ加熱式タバコを含め航空法で禁止されています
Smoking and the use of all smoking devices is prohibited in the
Does it
cabin,
blue?
including in the aisle and
I
lavatory.
love fucking Jigglypuff. And what was the other one
乗
again?
務員の指示に従ってください
The
In case of emergency, please follow our instructions.
酸素マスクが降りてきた際はマスクを強く引き寄せ
The
鼻と口に
evolution
当て
or
て呼吸します
The
If
pre-evolution
oxygen
of
masks drop
Elagos.
down, pull a mask towards you. Place it
Gossifleur.
over your nose and mouth.
I
and
love how one of the
breathe
Pokemon was
normally.
Gossifleur. Also, I love the
この
Mr.
フロアは
Mime
頭にかけ長さを
fucking...
調整します
We can't see it, Jimmy. We can only see it a little bit after you mention it because you're not sharing it on Discord.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
In
your stream.
emergency, brace for impact.
非常口は飛行機の左右両側にありますお近くの非常口をお確かめください
Emergency exits are located on both
Oh,
sides of the
Metapod
aircraft.
tries.
Check your nearest
Yeah.
exit.
There's a Molga.
乗務員の指示に従い行動してください
Don't you
Remain
dare
seated
fucking open that
and
door.
wait for instructions.
脱出時
There
の
we
撮
go.
影は禁
I
止
do.
です
Photography is prohibited during evacuation.
手荷物は一切持たないでください脱出の妨げやスライドを破損する恐れがあります
Leave all baggage behind as it may hinder evacuation or damage the slide.
ハイヒールは脱いでください先の尖ったものはスライドを破損する恐れがあります
Remove high-heeled shoes and other items with sharp points as these may damage the slide.
両腕を前に伸ばし上体を起こして滑ります
Put both arms out, sit up straight, and slide down.
スライド下での援助をお願いします
Assist other passengers after sliding down.
す
Aww.
ぐに飛行機から離れます
Move away from the aircraft immediately.
救命医は座席の下または横にあります
A life vest is under or beside your seat.
頭からかぶり
Oh,
両方
was
の
the
金
Kario
具を
Naruto
留め金に
running?
かけ左右に引いてし
Well,
ま
I
い
got
ます
those Naruto
Slip the
running.
He
life
just does
vest over
that.
your head. Fasten the buckles and tighten the straps.
非常
Lucario's a
口また
weeb.
は翼の上で前の引き手を強く引いて膨
He's
ら
a
ませます
Pokemon.
Inflate the life vest at the door or on the wing by pulling the red
Little
tabs
man.
down.
膨らみが足りない場合は両側のゴム管を拭きます
If you need more air, blow into the
Floatzel is
tubes.
such a good
お子
addition
様
for
用の
this.
Yeah, it makes so much
必
sense
要
for
時
the...
客室乗務員がお配りします
Yep.
When necessary,
Literally has a life
provide
vest.
you with infant life vests.
座席ポケットの安全のしおり
Was
を
me.
ご覧ください
Yes, it is.
Please
You
look
get
at
the
the
infant
safety
kit.
instructions card in your seat pocket.
お手伝いが必要なお客様はお知らせくださいその他
It's
ご質
literally
問があ
baby
りましたら客室乗務員にお尋ねください
Oh,
If you require assistance or have any questions, please contact a cabin attendant.
Okay, that is
Yeah.
very cute. I saw another one. Oh, yeah, right there. That doesn't bark.
ANA, Inspiration of Japan.
These are adorable.
Yes.
Baby.
it's so unnatural the way he looks at it.
Fly on. Yo,
Oh no.
Fish. I love looking at the Pokemon.
Goes the
Ah,
dog.
I really wish Pokemon existed.
I know, right?
I mean,
You'll
Yeah.
remember? Do you
Probably
remember
for the
Pokemon Go's original like trailer?
sort of.
I'll put it after that because I remember like crying the first time I saw it because I was so excited.
I know one of the things that was going around for a while is the screenshot of the anime where it's like Ash and whoever he was traveling with on the plane, and just like someone 2 rows in front of them. Okay, Vivi. Someone 2 rows in front of them was
Of course, they
person
played the battle
who's
theme as well in the
traveling with the
background.
Han Edge. Although they've lost Pikachu, that's what's
Oh
going on.
no. Someone's gonna have an encounter.
Little
He's
rat.
small.
Someone's gonna have an encounter.
Have you seen my rat?
Have you seen my rat? Aww, Pikachu. Oh my god, it's the Gen 9 theme.
Yeah, they're using all of the music.
Oh, the VIP.
That's such a nice playthrough.
There's the champ.
Is that the first class one? Holy shit. God damn it.
jump off and comfy.
There's only one Pikachu in this entire fucking airport.
Apparently.
You can tell it's not a very popular Pokemon. Aww.
Sleep.
The girl has a Pikachu on the shirt.
Yeah,
as well.
on the shirt.
Slow motion run to the hug.
Don't run off again.
Or hi, Ragasa.
Yeah.
Imagine you're taking off and you see this shit.
Imagine how much
Imagine.
fun, or you'd either be happy or terrified.
Probably both.
I think they would have to delay the plane the same way that, like, I don't know if you guys know if on boats, when a whale passes by, you have to stop the boat.
Yeah. That's
So,
the
I
thing
feel like-
they have, at least in the U.S., because boats can hurt whale.
It disorients
bad.
them. It can hurt them, right?
Yeah,
So-
boat strikes can kill whales.
Okay, so
Yes.
before
Name
we
Helen
talk
Well, I
about
feel like-
anything else,
When they see Pokemon like that, big ones, they have to stop the plane.
probably.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so imagine me, summer of 2016. This pops up in your feed on YouTube. Oh yeah, the Pokemon Plus.
And nobody fucking uses.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the game was just not like this at all.
Yeah. It's still really, like, it hyped so much.
Yeah, the hype for Pokemon Go was unreal.
It was
Yeah.
I mean, the things that are in the trailer are now in the game. Trades are a thing. Battles against players are a thing.
Yeah, but they advertised this in 2016.
Yeah.
Go trade. You couldn't trade. Under attack. Battles weren't a thing yet.
I mean, gyms were a
Wild
thing.
to me.
Yeah, but that's not a battle. You know?
That's a battle.
That's a boss. And this wasn't even in the game yet. That wasn't until years later.
Yeah.
It's wild to me that they dropped a Pokemon game without battles.
It's like that's the core mechanic of the game.
Pokemon without
On
battles?
raids.
What?
They took so long for raids to actually be a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. People ran for a Snorlax.
I feel like this will still somewhat happen to this day. Like in some
Not
places,
not
this
as,
still happens.
not at the level that it happened when it first came out.
No, not on large levels, but still, I think there are groups of people who still just do this kind of stuff, get together.
Fucking body. Oh my god.
The sun versus 10,000 lions.
And of course it was Pikachu.
Yes, naturally.
It was so fucking hype, and then you pull up the game.
Oh, this is completely different.
uh,
Like 2016. It was 8 years ago.
Yeah, Pokemon Go is
God,
about to
that
be
was the year
10. In no
Do you
time.
feel old yet?
high school. God, I'm old. That
Oh,
was the year I graduated high
I was
school.
still in middle school.
It's the Save It
You're
Private
such a
Ryan
baby.
clip where he turns old.
Yep.
Is this what our parents felt like when we reached the year Back to the Future went to?
2015. I mean, I felt like that. Like, oh, where's my flying skateboards?
Here we are in the future, and it's wrong.
Look, I want them to make a new Back to the Future whole thing. But instead of the DeLorean, they use the Cybertruck.
It did a mini Back to the Future skit on Stephen Colbert's show.
Did they use the Cybertruck?
Cybertruck wasn't a thing then, Meep.
Oh.
It was it was the year it came out,
Oh.
or the year. Yeah, it was 2015.
I don't know. Anyway. Speaking of the Cybertruck, actually, we have
Perfect segue.
the president of Chechnya, the Chechen Republic, which I'm pretty sure is one of the sections within Russia, posted a video on Twitter, or somewhere where that someone then reposted it onto Twitter. Of apparently they have a Cybertruck that they've turned into a technical.
But like,
They
Why?
put a Dishka in the back, like it's a Hilux, but it's a Cybertruck.
you know
Which-
how in like, was it the Afghanistan? Where's like the first big war where technicals were a thing?
It was one of the post-colonial Africa conflicts where the Hilux technicals were a big thing.
Yeah.
I would like to point out, by the way, this isn't even the only Cybertruck I know for a fact has been equipped with an actual real machine gun in the back. The YouTuber who ran for Congress, apparently they got a Cybertruck and they put a American 50 cal in the back of theirs for the funny. They also gave it the Halo Warthog wrap,
Of course.
It's pretty sick.
which apparently I actually watched a video on it. One of the things they actually did is they usually have the Modus has an attachment in order to make it be able to fire blanks, which ends up kind of vaguely, if you squint, looking like it's a triple barrel, like the actual Warthog's gun, so funny. But then they swap it out and do just normal shooting stuff. He's like, yeah, it's kind of a pickup truck, but it's really fast and it's funny. And you're like, okay, fair. In that instance, yes. I was calling to the fact the interior is really shit for how much it costs, which is valid. Anyway, there's just, yeah, the president of Chechnya has posted like a propaganda video or whatever of him driving around his Cybertruck that's got just a Dishka in the back.
Huh.
Like the frickin' the YouTuber who ran for Congress. His at least, he designed it so he could fold down the thing so it fit in the back so he could put down the cover or whatever. This one, he's just driving around with a machine gun out because presumably that's all. It looks like that's the only way it works because like it looks like it's a full tripod. Whack.
It looks like
Anyway.
you can like take it off and just take it inside the car with him.
Anyway. This guy, it didn't even put like a wrap on. It's just like still bare stainless steel, so it's gonna rust as well. Except, you know, it's probably gonna be parked inside because it's just a wank panzer. Anyway, the furries got hacked.
True. I
So
think
the
we
current-
talked about this too.
I don't think we talked about it on the Roomba, but I think we did.
No,
discuss
but you
it.
did put a Twitter post about it soon after.
There were
So-
there's a few things in here about it.
So
So I'm
the
gonna-
owner of Fur Affinity died,
Yes.
and then immediately got hacked. Hold on,
Really?
I'm gonna
Like a
see if I can
month
find that
later?
No, it wasn't even a month later. Like, he had just died. His body was still warm.
Mina!
Probably not that quickly, but probably not in the dirt yet. Oh yeah. So someone thought it would be a good idea to hack Fur Affinity. The gay furries got hacked. So someone tried to pull an Uno reverse card on the furries.
First of all, the owner of Fur Affinity died suddenly, struggling to get a diagnosis, and was actively being screwed by the healthcare system.
United States moment.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah. Like, no, even Russian badge like, yeah, no, don't fuck with the furries.
Yeah, they will. They will pipe bomb your house.
They'll do worse than that. Do not upset basically every IT professional on the planet. Okay? In the modern age, do not upset basically every IT, coding, and professional on the planet. Okay? Don't do that. Like, seriously. Don't get into an internet war with the people who basically make the internet work.
The teenager who hacked was doxxed, IP logged, and exposed in less than 24 hours. They were hit a $300,000 price tag for the hacking so far. And mind you, this hack happened shortly after Fur Affinity's beloved owner had died, and people were still collecting money for the funeral. His body was still warm.
Yeah, so yeah. Guess to the $300,000 fine or whatever. That was like a fine for the hacking. No, it's someone realized, oh, you control it now. Congratulations. Here's the bill for running the servers.
Yeah, they gave him the fucking bill. So, according to the fucking hack the most sacred realm of the furs, doxed within 24 hours, Twitter hates you, 4chan hates you, mostly for different reasons, hit with a $300K bill because it turns out running the most expensive popular furry porn sites in existence is expensive. He's a teenager that frequently follows some Roblox to catch a predator person who mainly goes on Roblox and accuses any adult of being a not nice person and doxes them. Ruben something. So he hacked the Fur Affinity Twitter and the Twitter of the most recently deceased owner. Oh, he got the Twitter of the owner as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
While the site was pooling money to give his mom help to pay for funeral expenses. Then he starts shilling for crypto, calling all furries kitty touchers, and also shit-talking kiwi farms. So then a furry manages to steal the Affinity tag on Twitter. Then they change it to one mocking kiwi farms and holds it as safekeeping until the account is returned to normal. Then Kiwi Farms and the furries work to dox him within 18 hours. His cryptocurrency crashes and he's hit with the 300K bill for domain expenses. Domain expansion, furry internet bill.
Yeah.
Yep.
His full name, address, IP, and everything was revealed, so now every furry that uses Furry Affinity knows who he is, where he lives, and so on. He's gonna get put in something worse than a saw trap eventually.
It's like the Twitter post that Jimmy shared is like it's the world's fattest quote-unquote hacker hacked Fur Affinity, including their Twitter. They accuse the entire furry community of being kitty jiggers, steals his crypto scam, changes the handle of the Twitter, and redirects the website to Kiwi Farms, a stalking/doxing site. Results: immediately is now an enemy of the entire furry community and Kiwi Farms. Crypto scam tanks instantly. The hacker is billed for the website's hosting costs and accidentally shares this information. The Twitter handle is grabbed by a random furry who is quietly holding onto it until the situation ends for safekeeping. Kiwi Farms made an open statement that even they're disgusted by the hacker's behavior. Having made enemies with the largest collection of cybersecurity experts and dedicated doxers, has now gotten themselves doxed.
Just
and then picture of man handing the letter L. And also, apparently, the hacker was trolling by, like, posting furry porn.
No, so like,
That was apparently one of the things they did when they, like, had control of the Twitter, was, like, posting furry porn as, like, a troll. Like, what?
Isn't that what the site's basically?
Yeah.
no, because he started just posting a bunch of alt-right stuff too. Immediately when he went to go
Yeah.
ask help from 4chan.
Yeah. Tries to involve Kiwi Farms, and then starts posting alt-right propaganda. Then, I guess he ran to try and get 4chan's help, but 4chan's like, well, now we hate you too.
4chan hates being weaponized. That's why they don't do anonymous
Yeah.
anymore.
So, man has single-handedly managed to
Piss
upset
off
Dave,
Twitter.
Twitter,
Piss off.
the furries, 4chan, and Kiwi Farms.
Great job.
Which
Just
is where you don't
absolutely-
want to be.
All of that while committing a crime.
Yep.
So presumably, what they're gonna find out, they've probably already figured out where he lived, and are probably already referring to his local police agency and all the relevant federal agencies and state agencies, like inordinate quantities of incriminating information, like basically live feed to the prosecutor's office.
Yep.
Like the police aren't even gonna need to investigate. Like, they're just gonna show up and say, hello, we've currently got an entire filing cabinet in the back of the truck full of information. Please come with us.
This person says, rumor mill furries trying to sell the fur affinity hacker accidentally paid the site's bills to a tune of over 20k, and I'm like, try 20 bucks. Domain names don't cost much, and site hosting bills don't come from DNS. No 2-bit loser paid 20k for that stupid hack, you gullible loons. And it's just like, I think they're paying for the servers. Like, they have the entire account.
Yeah, they started billing them for the servers. Which
Not
is where
the
the costs
domain
come from.
name.
The servers are expensive. Yeah.
Honestly, as a certain someone once said, "You got what you fucking deserve."
Yeah. It's like the fucking dipshit. Dipshit asshole. Who, I think I saw something like they weren't even like a real hacker, they're basically a script kiddie.
Hey, what?
It's
Like, they
he
don't-
didn't buy a domain name. That's not what happened. He didn't buy it. He hacked into it.
No. It's script kiddie is basically, for the video game equivalent, is the script kiddie is the person who goes, downloads freehacks.com and spin bots in the server because they don't actually know how to do things themselves. And then presumably also fills their machine with malware while they do it.
Yep.
Okay.
Next thing in here, McDonald's hack.
Oh, yeah, so somebody hacked the McDonald's Instagram account, it was a rug pull, right? They had a link in their bio. Oh, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, it's not that far off.
Change the handle to sorry ma n-words, you just been rug pulled by blank. Thank you for the $700,000 in Solania Indian flag emoji.
Yeah, so McDonald's hack unveiled as $700 million Grimace meme coin crypto stunt. Crypto scammers on Wednesday hacked into McDonald's official Instagram account, all to promote a Grimace meme coin, and reportedly made a cool $700 million off the stunt.
What?
People thought it was real because it's McDonald's, like the official McDonald's. It's not like Twitter where you can buy the checkmark. It was the actual thing.
700 million?
That's a lot of money.
Moving on.
Crypto bros being crypto bros.
Moving on. $5 million worth of meth disguised as watermelons confiscated in California. This was at a customs border patrol checkpoint.
Beep.
A truck hauling watermelons was found to at least some of the melons were fake and were like gift wrapped packages of meth.
You know what?
Totaling $5 million.
You know what it fucking reminds me of? Do y'all remember Vine? There was this one dude that like a lot of the Vines were like, I found my watermelon instead of my watermelon.
I remember Marlon Webb, yeah.
That's just what I remember. It's like, I found my meth instead of my watermelon. Who was doing those?
Marlon Webb, I
was only doing the boom.
No, I meant the sound effects.
Yeah, Bolt did the Vine boom. I did the air horn because I don't have the Vine boom.
Anyway, that's why I started laughing maniacally, because I just thought of that.
Cartoon Network website taken down?
Yeah, so as a website with all of its games, Cartoon Network no longer exists. So a lot of people's childhoods were on those websites. They had, Meep, you didn't grow up watching TV, did you?
I watched some TV, but not too much.
Yeah, so Cartoon Network had a lot of good shows. They also had Toonami. They have Toonami. On Saturday nights you can watch anime. But as a company, their building is no longer there. I used to live like a block down from it, and now it's gone.
Yeah, I think we talked about this once.
Warner Brothers. Yeah, but the website, the physical website for CartoonNetwork.com is completely gone. It does not exist anymore.
That sucks.
It's in the chat.
F people, F.
It makes me really sad because as a kid, me and my brother, we loved going on there. We would fight to get on the computer because we both wanted to play Flight of the Hamsters, which is a Codename Kids Next Door game.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, so they would take the hamsters from the show and you just launch them and get them flying as long as you fucking could.
Hamster.
Hamsters are not
It was a
real.
good
It was fun.
They also had Foster's Home for Imaginary's Friends' Big Fat Awesome House Party, which was, it's like one of those social sims, right? So you're playing and a bunch of other people playing at the same time, and they had messaging boards, and you just created your own imaginary friend and you walked around the house from the cartoon.
Yeah, no, Mina, mostly what I watched when I was growing up for TV was I watched Penguins of Madagascar, early seasons of Fairly Odd Parents, and lots of How It's Made.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of cartoons, and I watched a lot of Discovery and Animal Planet stuff.
I don't blame me, but I also did watch a lot of How It's Made when I was a kid. More so closing towards like my teen-ish years, like 10, 11, 12 years, I watched a lot of How It's Made. And Top Gear.
Yeah, the other things I watched Mythbusters, 2007 Clone Wars.
2007 Clone Wars was on Cartoon Network.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And
So that's gone too.
That's one of the reasons it got briefly taken off air was because Disney bought it. But then, yeah. When I was really young, though, one of my favorite things is we had. The other thing I watched a lot is I watched a lot of reruns of the 1984 Transformers cartoon, the original one.
I did too.
When I was really young, though, what I really liked is, or at least what my mom would put on for me a lot, is we had a DVD box set that was literally just titled Train Meets, and what it was just a bunch of like wide-angle camera shots of like rail lines of just two different trains passing each other. the same place. My mom would put that on for me, and I'd watch it. And that was a thing my mom loved to put on for me, because I like to watch it, and it put me to sleep really quickly.
Good.
But to be fair, it's just rhythmic low noise, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just put me down in front of it, and that'll keep me entertained and or asleep for the next, like, 2 hours. Anyway. Next thing in here is Mina has ripped a gay penguin.
Yes. So, I don't know if you guys remember, but in an Australian zoo, there was a pair of gay penguins who had successfully raised a couple of chicks on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, one of that pair has now passed away. It is a tremendous loss for the LGBTQIA community, who will be deeply missed. We love
Mina,
you.
you're a bit quiet.
Oh, I was laying. Okay. How much of that actually caught, and how much do I need?
I mean,
to...
I heard
was
it,
just about able to hear you.
but it was kind of quiet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So his name was Sven. He was half of the gay power couple, and his partner Magic is now mourning his loss.
I'm surprised penguins can be gay.
There's a lot of gay animals in the.
There's a
we
fair
talked about
number
it a while ago.
of gay penguins in particular are relatively high profile, because I think there was a pair of them in an American zoo on the East Coast somewhere that they wrote a book about, like a children's book about them, and weirdos in the United States got absolutely unhinged levels of pissed about.
Because of course.
Because homophobic assholes. The other news was I think it's Rose of the Otter at Monterey Bay Aquarium that Doug did fundraisers for, recently passed away as well.
Wait, what?
The YouTuber and streamer Doug did a bunch of fundraisers for the Monterey Bay Aquarium,
Yeah.
specifically involving one of the sea otters, who was like the oldest like sea otter who was there, or like the oldest sea otter on record or something. Did that for like a couple years, and she's unfortunately passed away as well recently, I'm pretty sure.
This year's wild.
Big F's in chats for the animals. Moving back to trains though, we've actually got a pair of train related ones in here.
Choo choo, motherfucker.
One of them is actually Choo Choo Motherfucker.
Huh? Wait, what?
We are going to the strange land known as Germany, specifically Eastern Germany, where a German railroad, as a protest, was legitimately, unironically, running steam locomotives in revenue service. So the story behind this one is, so the way the German rail system works, my understanding, is you've got Deutsche Bahn, who owns all the tracks, but then the private companies can pay a fee to run trains on the tracks. Alright? But it's Deutsche Bahn who's in charge of maintaining them and stuff. In this part of Eastern Germany, the maintenance has been falling behind, and as like to compensate for it to maintain safety, Deutsche Bahn reduced the weight rating for the tracks for like the maximum weight of like the locomotives and cars that can run on the tracks. Like specifically, it's measured in the axle load, how much weight on every individual axle. Basically meaning that the only locomotives that this rail company could run on its rail line were either like the super light like rail buses or like rail shunters for like yard work. They couldn't run like their actual freight locomotives, because their axle load was too high. So what they did in protest is they got in contact with their buddies who work at a local rail museum, who had just finished an overhaul of one of their preserved steam engines, and borrowed the steam engine to run the steam engine in revenue service, pulling the trains. And then painted on the side of the tender a protest message, which basically said, I think the translation was, rails like 1950s, trains like 1950s, protest against the state of the rails in whatever the name of the region was. So for like 2 weeks, they had the steam engine going choo-choo motherfucker, pulling just big long trains full of logs in revenue service.
I
as
see.
you do. Before they gave it back to the museum to put back on display and do their museum stuff with.
Yep.
And it's like, these were fairly large trains by European standards that this thing was pulling, and it was working. And basically everyone, and this is actually a really smart thing for them to do, because this is basically every trained person ever was like, yo, they're running steam, I need to go film this and post it on the internet.
Guess you could say it was an internet sensation.
Yes. So basically every trained person ever is like, oh my god.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah. Which gives it a whole bunch of free publicity.
Yep.
It's one that's a really popular protest because the people think it's cool. Because objectively, steam trains are the coolest of the kinds of trains. Just objectively. They are the coolest ones to look at. Because it's far more visually interesting and everyone likes them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody liked that. Except
Basically.
Deutsche
Yeah, except the Deutsche Bahn.
Yeah, it's just a thing that happened, and it's like, cool. You can look up easily, German protest steam train.
Can I say something
Yeah.
real quick before we continue with the trains?
Yes?
New Friday Night Funkin' update.
Oh yeah, the rhythm game. Yeah, the other character, Pico, was added to it, right? That's what happened?
Yeah. Yes. Continue. He's the playable character now. Continue.
Yeah, the first result for this, when I put into Google German protest steam train in video window, is a Reddit post r/derail valley, theme on regular cargo train in Germany as protest. Yeah, they're using a steam locomotive to protest the poor quality condition of the railway. Yeah, and then there's railway preservation news, view topic, steam locomotive used in protest in Germany. Yeah, and then there's the first video is, it's a protest, German revenue steam in 2024. Yeah. Which is just, yeah, that's cool. In other cool news related to trains, officially up here near where I am, Caltrain has started running their cool new electric multiple units. They're actually in service now. I don't have anything else to say on that one, it's just they're in... We finally have a second passenger rail line that's running electric trains. And they're like actually modern electric trains too. Like the Stadtler trains. It's brilliant. I love it. They're cool. Yeah.
That's nice.
I don't know. That's really all I have to say on it, on that matter.
Choo choo. Just train moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We have. Alright, we've got the Spain invented Vocaloid meme that Jimmy put in with the I guess we're making Mikus now. I guess we're making blank now. Engineer meme. With the factory machine that's been going around.
Yeah, it's been going around.
Which is apparently that's a reference to like a press clip from like a factory in Ukraine or whatever, where it's loaves of bread and then just drones.
No, it's the other way around. The meme one came first, then the Russians made a video copying the meme.
I don't know. Anyway.
I completely forgot while we were having the Hatsune Miku talk. Yesterday was her birthday.
Oh, true.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, what's next on the list? Shut the fuck up.
Next, we go to the strangest land known to man, France.
Ugh. Sorry.
where we have two separate things coming out of France. So first we have news from the French elections.
The French.
So the winning coalition
Mhm.
from the French elections was the French left. And they proposed a prime minister, and President Emmanuel Macron told them no.
What? Why?
To which, like, my understanding is basically, the fuck
Why?
you mean, nuh-uh?
What do you mean no? I want to know what the fuck he. What did he say no to? Sorry.
So, the context is Emmanuel Macron, who is the president of France, who's from the Center Coalition. He's one of the parties in the Center Coalition. He, after the French right won big in the EU parliamentary elections, called a snap election for the French Parliament, which was won overall by the largest coalition in it was the French left, but no coalition actually had an overall majority. So the French left, because they were the largest coalition, proposed a prime minister candidate, and Macron told them no, told them nuh-uh.
But why?
And basically says he refuses to accept a government run by the French left.
Okay, that's not your decision to make.
It shouldn't be his decision to make, but apparently it kind of is, because apparently the French president gets to approve the prime minister pick.
Yep.
I guess. It's just... So basically, France doesn't have a government right now. Because... I don't fucking know. That... I haven't been paying attention too closely, but, like, even by, like, one of the, like, broad, like, global news stuff I watch is, like, talking about, yeah, this is, like, a thing that's going on, and it's probably a problem. And basically, it's going to be stuck for, like, a year until they're allowed to call new elections. Or until the center coalition and the right coalition agree on something. But, like, they, like, disagree even more than, like, the center coalition and the left coalition. So, yeah. I think the Dutch also have some current coalition problems, but that's different. Is that right, Bolt?
Not really keeping track of that.
The other news out of France is that the CEO of the social media network Telegram got arrested in France.
Oh, I remember that.
Why? For what? Huh?
So
He got
for
arrested.
the context of this is Telegram is a social media site that's most popular in Eastern Europe, and in Russia. And the main thing you have to understand about Telegram is Telegram's moderation policy is they don't.
They have no moderation.
Yeah,
and
it's
it
basically
does not keep laws.
outside of the most explicit calls for violence possible, they don't moderate. Like
And even then, it's not
Elon
good.
Musk wants to be as free speech absolutist, quote unquote, as Telegram functionally is.
Telegram is most infamous for being its reputation is that it's being used by criminals because it does not have any moderation, because it does not because it is constantly used by criminals for its lack of logs. You know? So like if you were to plot a murder, that would be the social media you use.
Yeah, they plot murders, they commission murders, they use it, people use it for, terrorists use it to recruit. Apparently the Russian government uses it for internal communication. There's lots of footage from the Ukraine conflict that gets posted to Telegram. But basically, the
Everything from
CEO
Live Leak has
of
been on
Telegram got
Telegram at
arrested
some
in
point.
France because France is basically launching investigations into Telegram, and the CEOs, they basically wanted him for questioning, from my understanding, at least at the moment, over all the criminality going on his social media platform, and like the frauds and the murders and shit. And
the
basically,
child
he got
and
arrested, and
the
like
child
Elon
pictures
Musk and
too.
all
Don't
of
forget the
those
child
kinds of people
pictures.
came out of the woodwork to defend him, basically calling to free him. Well, let me find a news article on this.
Don't forget that that it is also the biggest supplier of pictures taken of children that should not exist.
Oh yeah, there's lots of that there too. All right, from USA Today. Uh, as soon as French authorities arrested the CEO of Telegram, founder and CEO of Telegram, the far-right landscape of the US began to buzz with concern about losing its preferred communication platform. Telegram, the messaging and social media app, is used for mainstream communication across much of Eastern Europe and other continents, but in the United States, Telegram is an outlier. America's far-right flocked to the app as traditional social media sites ramped up their content moderation in the wake of Donald Trump's 2020 election loss. And its hands-off approach to content moderation has made it a refuge for extremists and conspiracy theorists of all kinds. Harville arrest and charge in a wide variety of crimes related to Telegram's alleged complicity, allowing users to trade in child pornography, drugs, and money laundering, left those same users speculating about a possible upheaval. Blah blah blah. Then the other thing I've seen some people talking about is the fact that since Russia uses it a lot,
Alright, hold on.
he's also going to
I'm
have to
back.
go
What
and
happened?
explain to the FSB that he definitely didn't give France any information relating to their operations on the site, because it's like theorized or known that like the FSB in Russia uses it for some internal communication.
What was the FSB again?
The successor to the KGB.
Okay.
Basically KGB 2, but under new branding.
CIA, but Russia.
Yeah. Yes. The CIA crossed with the NSA in Russia.
What was I going again?
What was
No,
what?
I'm thinking in game in the map.
Also, you forgot to mute.
I mean, I was just kind of in a panic. Anyway, my sister got me a lock for the bike.
Okay.
She was
speaking
like,
of
I got
social
you a
media
lock, but it's gonna cost you.
Speaking of social media platforms having beef with governments, we returned to Brazil, where Twitter has gotten into beef with Brazil.
I just saw an update on that too. So Brazil has asked Elon Musk to ban 7 people from the website. And instead of banning those people, he got rid of the entire fucking country, even though Brazil is the 3rd largest country in terms of usage on Twitter.
Donks.
Negative stonks, negative social
Negative
credit.
stonks.
Yep.
Hold on, where is it?
The thing is too about
Let me get
that.
this straight.
But before talking about the actual Brazil thing, given Elon Musk pulled out of the 3rd largest user base of his already struggling thing, the thing is that's going to negatively affect the stock price and like the company, the return for the investors, which means it's entirely possible the investors can sue him over it because U.S. Laws.
Yeah, and they should. So
I hope they do.
this is the original order, but it's in Portuguese, so I can't read it. But let me get this straight. Quoting this user, the Brazilian government asked Elon Musk to ban 7 accounts. That's it. Instead of banning the 7 accounts, Musk decided to lose Brazil, even though Brazil is the 3rd largest user of Twitter. Musk then exposes the actual names and doxes the 7 accounts that he was supposed to ban to keep Brazil as a user base.
Huh?
Big brain. Also, apparently, part of this is specifically it was like there's apparently something related to like the Supreme Court of Brazil was ordering it, and Musk had longtime beef with one of the judges or justices or whatever on the Brazilian Supreme Court over various decisions that Musk didn't like. and the man-child he is, instead of taking no for an answer, he fucking tanked Twitter even harder.
Yep. To the
What this person says in response is that these 7 accounts are direct to political opponents of a judge, which is government censorship. But this other person is saying he was not elected. He is a Supreme Court magistrate put there by a right-wing president, in case you forgot. Don't matter that he's right-wing. Is it a legal demand or not? It's criminals being persecuted by the law. I have no idea what's happening. But, man.
what a mess.
Ah, I see.
So it's alright. Here's the New York Times article. Brazil blocks Twitter after Musk ignores court orders. The social media network began to go dark in the nation of 200 million, the result of an escalating fight between Elon Musk and a Brazilian judge over what can be said online. Twitter began to go dark across Brazil on Saturday after the nation's Supreme Court blocked the social network because the owner, Elon Musk, refused to comply with court orders to suspend certain accounts. The moment posed one of the biggest tests yet of the billionaire's efforts to transform the site into a digital town square where just about anything goes. Basically, he wants to turn it into Telegram. The Brazilian Supreme Court justice ordered Brazil's telecom agency to block access to Twitter across the nation of 200 million because the company lacked a physical presence in Brazil. Mr. Musk closed Twitter's office in Brazil last week after the justice threatened arrest for ignoring his orders to remove Twitter accounts he said broke Brazilian laws. Twitter said that it viewed the justice's sealed orders as illegal, that it planned to publish them. Quote, free speech is the bedrock of democracy. An unelected pseudo-judge in Brazil is destroying it for political purpose, Mr. Musk said on Friday. Link to the post. In a highly unusual move, the justice also said that any person in Brazil who tried to still use Twitter via common privacy software called virtual private networks or VPN could be fined nearly $9,000 a day. The justice also froze the finances of a second Musk business in Brazil, SpaceX's Starlink satellite internet service, to try and collect $3 million in fines he had levied against X. Starlink, which has recently exploded in popularity in Brazil, with more than 250,000 customers, said it planned to fight the order to make its service free in Brazil if necessary. Mr. Musk said the justice have been sparring for months. Mr. Musk and the justice have been sparring for months. Mr. Musk says Justice Morales has illegally censored conservative voices. Justice Morales says Mr. Musk is illegally obstructing his work to clean up the Brazilian internet. In his order, the justice said Mr. Musk was a, quote, outlaw who intended to, quote, allow massive spread of disinformation, hate speech, and attacks on the democratic rule of law, violating the free choice of the electorate by keeping voters away from real and accurate information. The fight is now at the center of Mr. Musk's bid to turn X into a safe haven for people to say nearly anything they want, even if it hurts the business in the process. In dozens of posts since April, Mr. Musk has built up Justice Morales as one of the world's biggest enemies of free speech. And it appears Mr. Musk is now betting the judge will cave to the public backlash he believes the block will cause. He might be losing money in the short term, but he's gaining enormous political capital, said a professor at a law school in Rio de Janeiro, who has tracked Mr. Musk's strategy with Twitter. But the longer the blackout on Twitter lasts, the more it will test Mr. Musk's commitment to his ideology at the expense of revenue, market share, and influence. Since 2022, Brazil has ranked 4th globally with more than 25 million downloads of the Twitter app, according to app figures and app data firm. Blah, blah, blah.
Basically, the shit's gone to town. Why is the... Oh my god. Why is this so large? Anyway, sorry.
In addition to renaming the service, he adjusted many of the rules about what users could say, parentheses, though he introduced a new rule against a term he deemed overly liberal, cisgender. He also reinstated suspended accounts, including that of former President Donald Trump, which we'll get to later. Yet Mr. Musk said X would still follow the law where it operates under his leadership. Twitter has complied with demands from the Indian government to withhold accounts, remove links to a BBC documentary that painted a critical portrait of Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, At other times, Jimmy-The has battled orders to remove content such as in Australia, fought orders to remove videos depicting violent attacks against a local bishop, but he's met a formidable challenge in the Brazilian judge. Few people had a larger singular impact on what is said online in recent years than the Brazilian judge. He has emerged as one of Brazil's most powerful and polarizing figures after the country's Supreme Court enshrined him with expansive powers to crack down on threats to democracy online amid fears about a far-right movement led by Jair Bolsonaro, Brazil's former president, who tried to have his own January 6th that went even worse than Trump's. Ahead of Brazil's 2022 election, the court empowered the justice to unilaterally order the takedown of accounts he deemed threats. He has since wielded the power liberally, often in sealed orders that do not disclose why a given account was suspended. He's ordered Twitter to remove at least 140 accounts, most of them right-wing, including some of Brazil's most prominent conservative pundits and members of Congress. Some of those accounts questioned Mr. Bolsonaro's 2022 election loss and sympathized with the right-wing mob that stormed Brazil's Congress and Supreme Court. Justice Morales has also led multiple criminal investigations into Mr. Bolsonaro and voted to deem the former president ineligible to run in Brazil's next presidential election. Those efforts have made the justice a hero of Brazil's left and the #1 enemy of Brazil's right. Mr. Musk suddenly entered the debate in April with a series of posts calling the justice a dictator, giving new life to Mr. Bolsonaro's right-wing movement. Mr. Bolsonaro and his supporters lauded Mr. Musk as a savior from a tyrannical judge, yet when Justice Morales introduced Mr. Musk in an investigation into disinformation and began threatening Twitter with fines, the company sent a conciliatory letter that would comply with the judge's orders. Then, in recent weeks, Twitter stopped complying after Justice Morales threatened the company's legal representative in Brazil with arrest. And Mr. Musk closed Twitter's office. The people, quote, the people of Brazil have a choice to make, democracy or Alexander de Morales, Twitter wrote when announcing the move. Mr. Musk has used Twitter as a political cudgel to his nearly 200 million followers that have repeatedly boosted Mr. Trump and other right-wing leaders while mocking politicians he opposes, such as Vice President Kamala Harris and President Luiz, Portuguese name of Brazil.
Hold on, wait, give me a second, me, because you're.
And it goes on, and the article goes on.
Oh, you were kind of quiet on the end there. Like, I heard you, but
the point is, also the automod flagged again.
Yes.
Banned. Report. Spam bots. And
oh yeah, Mina, we've gone working on actually getting like Automod to do its job with messages, with bot messages. So now if there's a scam bot, it immediately flags it and doesn't send a message.
Sick.
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, moving on from Brazil, we have something that technically relates to Mango Man, but isn't directly related to him, so we can talk about it outside of that segment. Which is, the FBI has released the results of their investigation into the guy who shot him. And basically, it boils down to a political target of opportunity.
Hello? Me?
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, there you are.
Did something happen? I was hearing him just fine, and then suddenly say, "Oh, oh,
Hello?
hello,
Hello?
You good?
Meep?
I'm
Hello.
good.
Okay.
You sure?"
I heard-
I'm good. I DC'd
I
and reconnected because Mina was expressing problems, so.
No, I could hear you, but I heard like my computer do the disconnect of one of my stuff, right? The doom doom, and
Okay.
so I was just like, oh no, did something disconnect? And then I was trying to explain, and then Jimmy was talking.
I'm sorry.
I've gone to the FBI.gov page. The FBI continues to investigate the shooting. Blah blah. This is an older thing. This is from a while ago. Oh, hold on. Scroll down. Okay. Alright. The point is, I saw some stuff talking about they released at least some information from the investigation, where it's like, yeah, the kid was basically looking up, like he was trying to get basically anyone who was campaigning, and Trump ended up just being the most convenient one he could get to, and he tried it and he failed, and he was an idiot, and yeah, like apolitical, just kind of did it, kind of thing. I don't just
He saw the opportunity to do something, and then he did it.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Moving on to a history thing I found, I watched a thing about, which this is the actual way I listed it in the idea box chat. The U.S. Civil War fuck cruise.
Well,
So
then.
This is a real thing that happened. So, the Union Army, upon taking, I believe it was Nashville, Tennessee, if I remember right, ran into an issue involving, while they were occupying the city, soldiers had a habit of engaging with the prostitutes of the city, which resulted in mass outbreaks of basically every STD known to man throughout the army. And the general in charge of the Union Army decided he would do something about this. So he basically conscripted a paddle steamer and its captain, and then had his soldiers go and round up as many prostitutes as that he could find and load them all onto the boat. Which didn't work very well, and basically devolved into him sending soldiers out to basically just grab random women off the street and kidnap them, put them on this boat, and basically told him, take them to this other city in like Ohio. And the captain was not very happy about this, especially since the Union general who was doing this basically just loaded a bunch of random women onto this guy's boat and nothing else. Literally just a bunch of women that he'd grabbed off the street because they were quote-unquote prostitutes. Notably, he didn't load on provisions of any kind. So the captain, being a good man who generally thought this was fucking stupid, ended up having to try and buy provisions to feed, water, and medicine all these like 120 women that got forced onto his ship, onto his boat, for the like 2 weeks that this escapade occurred.
Mm-hmm.
He had to do that with his own money. Which also involved sending his crew ashore, who had to make their way past armed guards at every city he tried to dock at, basically telling him, get the fuck out of here. We don't want your 120 prostitutes. Fuck off. And basically that went on. He ended up with a reputation. And a lot of these armed guards also tried to board the vessel to defend their cities from these vile prostitutes, aka sampled wares.
Okay, I'm sorry. That just sounds disgusting.
Yes. Basically, this went on until he finally got to the city he was told to go to. Who also told him to fuck off, go to this other city. So this continued. He went to this other city, where eventually he was able to get into contact via telegram, actual telegrams, not the social media platform, obviously, with the Secretary of War, who was a bit busy, given that the Battle of Gettysburg happened like a month ago, at this point, when this was going on, who basically tells him, what the fuck? Why is this going on? Take them back. Take them back. I'm gonna have words with that general. So, the steamboat then turns around and goes back with the same kind of shenaniganery that occurs on their way there. And eventually returns and offloads the 120 women back home, where they left. Which then leads us to the aftermath of this. Firstly, the government determined that the emotional, reputational, and monetary and physical damage to the captain and his boat was not service related, so he was on the hook for that himself. Thank you, U.S. government. Really cool. Second of all, the United States government was now aware of this problem and decided to actually come up with a real solution to this, which resulted in, I shit you not, the first ever public health care action of any kind by the U.S. government.
Huh.
Which was, the U.S. government decided, at least for this period, that prostitutes would need to be licensed. And as part of that, they would need to, once a week, submit to a physical health exam by a army doctor. And if they were sick, they would be quarantined and given time to recover. And anyone who either was trying to do the business or solicit the business of prostitution without a license would be thrown in jail, no questions asked.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. And the boat that was involved in all this would, for the rest of its service, basically be known as the fuck barge.
Poor man.
Which also, the damage to it was pretty significant from all this, because it turns out 120 people who don't want to be locked on a boat are fairly destructive to the boat.
Yep.
And its mattresses.
Yep.
Especially since, you know, their profession. Or accused profession. Some of them were actually prostitutes, some of them weren't. So, yeah, avoid black lights. This was especially problematic for the captain because the boat was basically brand new before this.
Bruh.
So big F. It basically, the captain and the boat would basically forever be known for this incident.
Imagine, dude, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Imagine you get a brand new boat and Jenner's like, 120 women, get in there. You gotta take them somewhere.
Take these 120 women who are definitely all prostitutes and take them to this other city.
Have fun!
Also, I'm not giving you any guards or food. Or medicine. You're on your own. Good luck.
Out.
Yeah. I explained that very poorly. The video I watched on this was much better, but you know what? Gets the point across. Anyway, moving on. A bunch of evangelical Christian groups are suing the Internal Revenue Service to try and strike down the Johnson Amendment, which is a rule that basically says if you are a tax exempt nonprofit, you are not allowed to directly endorse candidates for political office.
Makes sense to me.
Which is a rule that's basically not enforced for churches anyway. And is a rule that's like 80 years old. And they're suing the IRS to try and strike down this rule. Because they want to be able to directly endorse these candidates. Because Christian nationalism, my guy. Even though it's basically not enforced anyway. Like in the last 20 years or 30 years or something. The IRS has like actually pursued like enforcement action for this rule like twice.
Just waiting to hear the names.
I don't know the names off the top of my head, but it's just a bunch of Christian groups are just doing this because they want to be able to abuse their tax exempt status for political gain.
Because of course.
Reminder: in the United States, there's two categories that are relevant here for the registered nonprofits. You have your normal registered nonprofits, who have this bunch of paperwork they have to do to register. They have to they get audited regularly by the IRS to show what all the stuff is going for, so on and so forth. And then there's houses of worship, which just automatically get it applied to them. They just automatically get tax exempt status unless they do something that gets it revoked.
Makes sense. Doesn't make any sense at all, but makes sense.
No. Like, honestly, the churches should have to apply for it just like any other nonprofit.
Exactly.
Especially because the IRS doesn't look into it, that's why mega church pastors are all super fucking rich. Because it's just a pyramid scheme. It's just a pyramid scheme.
It's not even
a pyramid scheme that's like 2 tiers. It's like 2 tiers of pyramid.
So it's not a pyramid scheme. It's just a scam.
Yes.
They ask for money from the people who are desperate for
Jesus.
Anything in their lives. Honestly, a lot of the people who are born again Christians are just like lost. They don't know how to manage themselves, and they need that overseeing to do better for themselves, right? In my opinion, not like I have a psychology degree or nothing, but there are people who just need some sort of guidance or hope in their lives, and so they turn to religion. And unfortunately for them, the religion that they choose to follow is the one that's most accessible to them. TV churches. Televangelism, if you would.
That's a thing?
Yes.
Super predatory. They have these mega churches where they broadcast their sermons, and they ask for people at home to donate to these churches, a tithing, if you would. But they have it in the form of seed faith. Plant a seed of however many dollars that you donate to the church, and God will give it back to you tenfold. Unfortunately, a lot of these people tend to be older, so they don't have the resources, so they'll spend their whole annuity on it and not have anything left for their families when they pass on. Or there'll be people who are dying of cancer. There was a Last Week Tonight clip on it where this woman's mother died of cancer because she believed God was going to cure her because she kept donating money to the church. It's extremely predatory. It's not just a pyramid scheme, it's just a straight up scam.
Even less ethical than the crypto bros.
And that's saying something.
Because the crypto bros generally don't target the sick and dying.
No, they just target the stupid. Sorry.
No, that's the lottery.
No,
like,
that's just both.
All of it is like voluntary, right? Like, you can't make someone give money to your crypto scam. You can't make somebody send money to the church. Unless you're a kid, right? But like, for the people who are donating to the church, it's worse almost, because to them, they've exhausted all of their other options. Their only option they see left is to turn to God. And this person is claiming so much that God has a plan for them. God is able to heal them if they show enough devotion to the religion. And that devotion's only going to end up dead. Or the devotion they give is only going to get them their demise.
All that's gonna change is they're gonna die poor and dead.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just dead. It's why I personally stand by that the churches should need to apply for the nonprofit status like any other nonprofit. And when people inevitably complain about it, it's like, you're doing the good Lord's work anyway, it shouldn't matter. You'll obviously be able to meet the thing, it's just making it perfectly even for everyone. It's being fair, after all. As per the First Amendment, no establishment of religion. This is an establishment encouraging religion. Therefore, probably shouldn't be done. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on from that dreary note, to a quick funny. There was a Cybertruck in Texas that crashed into a fire hydrant and burned for 90 minutes. Crashed into a fire hydrant, which sprayed water everywhere.
Yeah.
As we know, this Cybertruck is famously well waterproofed, which resulted in the batteries catching fire, presumably.
As a reminder, once a battery catches fire, you can never turn off an electrical fire. The best course of option is to just let it burn.
Well, goddammit.
It's just that crashes into fire hydrant, burns.
Catches fire.
Really was a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
What's the fire in fire truck? Anyway, the next quick funny is there's a clip going around the internet of a German warship that was in London for some reason. They were like there for like they were like docking in like a Thames or something. And as they're sailing up the Thames, the ship's band is out on deck playing the Imperial March, like from Star Wars.
Bruh.
Which is just lay funny.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back,
Bolt. We were just talking about the German warship that was sailing up the Thames with the ship's band playing the Star Wars Imperial March.
Ah.
For the funny.
Does that make sense?
And then Jimmy, you have something about the new animation?
Oh wow, we already reached the bottom?
Yes, because I've skipped over the main Mango Man and Russia segment so far.
Okay, so we'll do those next week then, I assume.
Or we can do those next, because those are usually in one big section.
I mean, yes, but considering we're nearly 2.5 hours in.
I mean, what we can do is we can do this, and then we can take a break, and then we can come back for that, because we don't have to go to PM D&D after, because
unless Mina wants.
Still not ready to do that. Yeah.
I've already explained that, Jimmy.
Oh.
I've just not been able to write the next part.
Okay.
But if you guys are down, we could do that game that I was talking about. We can test that out in between.
We can do.
I also have to eat breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
So let's do this last one, and then put it in the be right back stream for like 10-15 minutes. Get foods, get refill drinks, and then we'll come back and do the big sections.
All right. So.
Because believe me, there's been big news.
Yeah, I can see that. So, Twitter, as per usual, with the sauce. I was, as per usual, scrolling down Twitter.com, and then I see this cute little animation, and I start digging a little more, and it's called Fabulous Beasts. Hold on, let me make sure I get the name right. Yeah, Fabulous Beasts. So this is a Chinese animated series, and it's been going. Today was episode 40, and it's about the Chinese beasts, like the fantastical beasts from Chinese folklore, and how they survive in modern society because since technology and everything like that, people believe less in religion and religious creatures. And it is absolutely fucking adorable. I sent a GIF on the idea box, and that is the protagonist, Piu Piushi? I think it's Piushi. But yeah, it is absolutely fucking adorable. I'm going to send y'all the YouTube link for it. It has subtitles in English. It is in Chinese, but it has English subtitles. And I genuinely believe, I genuinely think that if you guys have a little bit of time to just watch, even if it's just a couple episodes, they're not even that long. They're like, I think the maximum I've seen is like 7 minutes, like around 6 to 8 minutes, more or less. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But it is very good.
Nice.
And I definitely recommend it. Because good animation, really fun characters. Sometimes had very touching story. I found myself crying in a couple episodes, which is something I don't usually do on animation shows. So that means it's good soup. It's also, I think it's marketed more toward kids, because at the end of like every episode there's like a minute of like tiny puppets and other things like that. Like it's a kids show, but it's still really funny. So I definitely recommend Fabulous Beasts. Again, the show itself is in Chinese, so like the voice acting and everything is in Chinese. There is a Japanese character, and she talks in Japanese, so she needs extra subtitles on top of that, which I find very funny.
Double subtitles once? Nah, that's not enough. You need 2.
No, so like since she's Japanese in this Chinese show, they put Chinese subtitles for the character, but because of YouTube subtitle captions, they put the subtitles in English on top of it. But yeah, good soup.
Subtitleception.
Yes, indeed. So I guess we're gonna be right back.
Yeah, be right back. Everyone, go refill your drinks, get some foods, those sorts of things.
I think this is the first time we've actually had a proper break on the Roomba, I thought.
Yeah. Well, we're being extra long because we've got things to cover. Let me tell
yeah,
you.
we do. We have been missing for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Chat. The Russia section. I had to split it up into 3 different chat messages because I reached the character limit.
Oh my god.
That's how much there was. Oh boy.
I'm scared.
As am I.
Yeah, you'll go take break, go bathroom, go whatever the fuck you need to do. Go have breakfast.
I just did what I had to do, so
I'm gonna increase the volume
of
on the music, and I'm going to deafen myself, just so everyone can do their break and everything. And when we're all back, I'll tell Meep, since he deafened himself, to ping me. So we go. I'll see you a little bit.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll see you all as well in a bit. think everyone's
Oh,
back.
hello.
Nina is going to take a break, though, which understandable.
Hello.
Hello.
Ye,
Alright.
I'm ready.
No idea how this is gonna go, but what do you want to do first?
Let's do the thing you just added in.
Okay, so it's just why is Jimmy streaming so much more Power lately and having so much Power footage on screen lately? It's kind of basically just become my comfort game lately. Ever since so the reason why I had a bit of an issue and I didn't stream for like a week, and then I streamed for like a little bit, and then I didn't stream for like another half week. I've just been playing Power World, and it's just helping me chill. It's just chill game. I just go hunt some pals and build bases, build houses. Just I don't know why, as to why I have so much Power World. You know. Anyway, so what first?
Alright. So, idea box. Should we do the mango or the rations?
I don't care, that's why I'm asking you, what do you want to do first?
Or we do mango first?
Let's do the mango. Alright.
Alright, let's do the mango.
Alright, let's start from the top. Scrolling down. So first, Mango Man is suing the government over the Department of Justice classified documents raid on Mar-a-Lago, which was when the government did a raid to search Mar-a-Lago for classified documents that Trump was holding on to illegally and refusing to give back. He's suing them over this, saying they weren't allowed to do that, even though they were. Don't really have much more to say on that, other than apparently the lawyer who's handling that case for Trump is named Epstein.
Huh? Hold
Yes.
on, wait, what?
The lawyer who's suing the DOJ for Trump is named Epstein.
Well, that's,
Which is a coincidence, but it's funny.
what a coinky-dinky.
Yes. Speaking of the other Epstein, though,
Uh-huh.
Mr. PDF File Island Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
So he had his planes, right?
Yes.
He is known for having airplanes.
Yes.
So after his suicide in prison, his airplanes ended up being sold and whatever. One of them ended up being sold to a company that does like charter airplanes and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This is relevant because Trump ended up having to charter an airplane because his main one was in for maintenance or something, and he ended up chartering Jeffrey Epstein's plane, which got painted in Trump livery for the occasion to campaign out of. Which is... the joke kind of writes itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's probably either coincidence or someone who was in charge of figuring out which plane to actually give him when they were chartering planes realized that, is that I could do the funniest shit ever. Or it was probably they just gave him one of the random planes that just happened to be that one. It's probably what actually happened, but still. Epstein's plane with Trump's name on it. Which brings us to Twitter.
Again.
Elon Musk had his interview with Trump on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
which was 30 minutes late due to technical problems, just like the DeSantis campaign launch like a year ago. Elon claimed that this was a cyber attack that was the cause of this. Elon's employees were like, no such attack happened. Twitter's just shit. During the interview, the Mango praised China, North Korea, and Russia while calling out the EU and calling them cringe. Trump was slurring his speech really terribly through most of the interview, which led some to theorize that his dentures were falling out. Because he did seriously. I listened to some of it. It does seriously sound like someone whose dentures are falling out. The Harris-Walz campaign made fun of it, quoting Trump's own words at him. And there was a Guardian article on it that was hilarious. Let me see if I can find it. There's several of these. Let's see. Alright. This is one of there's like several of these that are all from the same day. Alright. The event started about 45 minutes later than scheduled, with listeners struggling to join the live stream. The issue echoed the meltdown that took place during the Ron DeSantis campaign launch on X last year, which experts at the time attributed to infrastructure issues on the platform after Musk laid off much of the workforce to blah blah blah. Musk attributed the delay to a cyber attack, namely a DDoS. The claim could not be independently verified and has been difficult to distinguish between a deliberate DDoS attack and a routine outage caused by an influx of legitimate traffic to the site. The greatest hits on the once the conversation got going, Trump rehashed the greatest hits and biggest lies from his rallies, slowly claiming he oversaw the greatest economy in the world, lying about his own record, about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's records, and spreading conspiracy theories about the coronavirus pandemic, these criminal cases, and election security. His most dangerous lies were about immigration and the climate crisis. Basically claimed that migrants arriving at the U.S. southern border were dangerous, calling them murderers as well as non-productive people. Trump, who built his political career on promises to build the wall at the southern border, has ramped up his anti-immigration rhetoric lately, has promised a dystopian vision of mass deportations and migrant labor camps if he's re-elected. He also dismissed the climate crisis as a threat, saying that the rising sea levels would at best create more oceanfront properties. That later point, which he has made before, is of course wrong. Rising sea levels are more likely to destroy beachfront property, devastating coastal communities. Sea level rise is, however, an actual driver for global migration as it creates climate refugees. Trump directs Harris.
What is a climate refugee?
Huh?
What is a climate refugee?
Someone who is made a refugee due to climate change.
Oh. That can make sense.
Trump both attacked Harris during the thing, as well as saying she was a beautiful woman who looked like Melania Trump, his wife.
Bruh.
Also, repeatedly mispronounced Harris's South Asian first name. Musk the enabler. Throughout the conversation, the two men lavished praise and admiration on each other. Trump, who has been a critic of electric vehicles, calls Trump Tesla's incredible. Musk, meanwhile, nodded along and agreed to Trump and said that he was wrong to vilify oil and gas industry. At the beginning of the event, the tech billionaire had noted the belief that no one is themselves in an adversarial interview. Like a conversation was aimed at a kind of open-minded independent voters, blah blah blah. In the end, the softball format seemed like it was aimed more at those who had already bought into Trump and Musk's right-wing policies. At the end, Musk told Trump he was on the right path. Alright, let's see. That's something funny.
Are you sure about that, Musk?
I don't even know which article was the one I marked as funny, but there's several of those. That's just going on about how nonsense it was. And then afterwards, Trump actually returned to Twitter. He'd been unbanned for a while, but he finally actually returned. The Trump campaign posted on Twitter a political ad, which fails to mention any policy or any politics other than the Trump victim narrative.
Because of course.
Also we completely missed that the Algerian boxer is suing J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk.
I think we talked about it last time.
I think we did. I seem to remember we did, but that's in the idea box and it wasn't checked off. Next, an anti-Trump group has bought up a bunch of billboards around Trump golf courses, putting up billboards talking about how Donald Trump cheats at golf. So, Lamau.
Wow, people are really desperate, huh?
One moment. Next! Mango Man insulted everyone to have ever received the Medal of Honor.
Correct.
Which was specifically what he said.
But like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that? You know?
So, here's, well... he referred to the Presidential Medal of Freedom as a better award than the Medal of Honor, because service members have to sacrifice their lives or health to receive the military's highest honor. Blah blah blah. What? Here's the exact quote. About the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Quote, it's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but the civilian version is actually much better because everyone that gets the Congressional Medal of Honor, they're soldiers. They're either in really bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead.
Correct.
That is an actual thing he said at an actual campaign event.
What the fuck?
Which, I'll get to it later. But that's not even the most insulting thing to veterans he's done since last time we had ROOMBA.
Oh boy.
The worst part is that he might actually win the elections.
Yeah, it is. Moving on. The city of Palm Beach is arguing to try and get the Mar-a-Lago resort closed. Which is the resort that Trump owns and operates and is also where he has his primary residence.
Mm-hmm.
What the city is basically saying is, look, whenever he's here, in the building, and at his home, the Secret Service, ever since Trump got shot at, has taken to shutting down one of the streets that goes up to it for security reasons. Which is like one of two streets in the main streets of the city that goes like, yeah, it's either north, south, or east, west.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, one of the city's two main collector roads for that direction of travel, gets shut down for Trump security, right? But the Mar-a-Lago resort is still open for business. And basically they're saying, look, Secret Service, either shut down the resort too, or stop shutting down our goddamn street. Which, honestly, reasonable.
Yep, makes total sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm trying to eat between topics.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I might have to go for dinner too, I don't know when.
Yeah. Next, Donald Trump and his organizations lose their licenses to do business in New York State after their civil fraud case. The only thing left to decide in this case is how much money Trump and his organizations will need to pay out to New York State in fines. Next. Trump's rally-goers have been spotted in social media walking out mid-Trump speech at his rallies.
Wait, what?
Donald Trump rally-goers
Yeah.
have been filmed leaving mid-speech.
Lomao.
Another one related to that I saw is apparently, like, the other day, during one of his events when he was, like, complaining about the press or whatever, one of his supporters tried to crawl into the press box and attack the press.
Bruh.
And Trump's like, oh no, it's fine, he's one of our guys. Anyway.
Of course he'd say that.
News from Texas. Some polls out of Texas
Somebody.
indicate that Texas has shifted from a safe red state to contested within the margin of error.
What does that mean?
Basically, within the margin of error for the polling data, it's possible that Texas is contested up for grabs in the election.
Uh-huh.
Basically, they might switch.
Okay,
Which,
yeah,
for reference, if Texas did flip to blue,
mm-hmm.
which I doubt it will, because Texas is horribly gerrymandered. But if it somehow did,
Yeah.
it actually wouldn't be enough in the current projection for Harris to win outright. However, it would make it so there's only one combination of options of the remaining toss-up states in which Trump could win, and that's if he won literally all of the others.
And by all of the others, you mean?
That would be Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
You had to win literally all of them.
If Texas were to flip. But Texas probably is not going to flip, because it's so heavily gerrymandered.
What is gerrymandered again? I think I've asked you every time you
That's
this
when
word.
the electoral district boundaries are redrawn for one side's political advantage.
Ah. Well, that's boring. I don't mean the meaning, I mean the gerrymandering.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that? Oh, right.
This
Never
is Trump we're
mind.
talking about.
Trump is selling digital trading cards to fundraise. But as far as I'm aware, he's not calling them NFTs this time. But still. Gotta milk all the money possible from his cultists. From his cult of personality.
Yep.
Basically, it is one, yeah.
Which, I believe finally brings us to the most insulting thing he's done to veterans since we last did Roomba. Which is his visit to Arlington National Cemetery.
Oh no. I already don't like where this is going.
Which, for those of you who aren't aware, Arlington National Cemetery is America's national ceremony, and the only way you're allowed to be buried there is if you are a U.S. service member. I'm pretty sure you have to be killed in the line of duty to be buried there. Okay.
Okay.
Now, there are rules around this. This is like one of the few places in the country that like America has significant reverence for, okay?
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So
So what did
like-
we do this time?
before we talk about what was actually happened, the U.S. Army had to put out an official statement on the incident.
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah. So, what happened is, Trump got invited by the families of a service member who was killed in an attack on one of the U.S. bases in Afghanistan shortly before the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay.
He was invited to this event for whatever reason. That's fine. That's whatever.
Weird, but okay.
However, it's a bit weird, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
However, he was invited for like the wreath-laying ceremony or whatever. What ended up happening, that's actually the controversy, is two things. First of all, part of where this happened was actually at the headstones, which is in the section that's currently being, where the most recent deceased are being placed. Which one of the rules in that section, because it's super recent and whatever, and there's families and whatever, is no outside photography.
Oh.
The only people allowed to do photography there are the cemetery staff.
Uh-huh.
I think I can see where this is going.
Me too.
Now, the Trump had some campaign staff there who wanted to go and take pictures. Which, first of all, you're not allowed to use the cemetery grounds for any campaign purposes. It's not like it's a cemetery policy. That's a federal law.
Oh, so you're becoming it's becoming a felony again.
I don't know if it's a felony, but it's another, law. It's another thing. And he ended up putting up a TikTok about his visit and for political ads.
Oh
So
my
you know what? He broke that law. But you know what? If that's all he did, that wouldn't be the problem. If it was just that the campaign people went in to take photos, that wouldn't be the thing. But that's not all that happened.
Of course not.
Because an Arlington Cemetery staffer saw that they were trying to do this and told them, "Hey, you're not allowed to do this." To which the campaign photographers or campaign staff responded by shoving the Arlington Cemetery staffer out of the way. Like, physically pushing them out of the way.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And the staffer's response to this was to be like, "Alright, screw you guys. I'm gonna go do something else then, I guess." And, like, the Army's actual statement on it said, the only reason this is considered a resolved matter is that staffer is choosing not to press charges on physical assault.
Honestly, fucking kudos to the staffer for having such patience.
Yeah. Massive kudos.
Yeah. And if that was it...
You mean to tell me there's even more?
Well, to be fair, that was the worst part of it. Well, no, it wasn't. If that was all, that would be... However, then afterwards, the Trump campaign, you'd expect after such a thing, the reasonable thing to do would be to disavow that campaign's photographer and staffer and be like, "No, they did a bad thing. They shouldn't have done this. Be gone." No. The Trump campaign defended that photographer and claimed their story of what happened is that the staffer was having a mental health episode.
Or...
I'm just covering my face in just pure disgust for full transparency, but seriously, what the fuck? You're just gonna say something like that? What is wrong with those people?
Again,
No.
And this is the candidate that is probably most likely to be president for this next election.
It was not most likely, but there's a significant likelihood. It's currently neck and neck in the predictions, but... And then we get to the actual photos that were released, which has Trump standing with, like, the families next to the headstone, posing for the photograph. smiling while giving a thumbs up.
Like, I honestly don't know what to say. I genuinely am shocked.
Bruh.
What
Just-
what
that's-
can one even say to that?
That's just my response.
Seriously,
Bruh.
what the fuck?
And this was America's president for 4 years.
Yes. Yes, it was.
And people want him back.
Yes.
Yes, they do. I am so sorry, Meep. I am so sorry.
Likewise.
My man is fucked.
I would like to point out, 2 days before this,
Yeah.
one of the things I watched put out a satire piece on Trump and the Republicans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or basically, as part of the satire, it was Trump goes to Arlington National Cemetery, drops his pants, and takes a shit. That was the satire piece. And he basically ended up doing everything short of that. He basically took a metaphorical instead of literal shit on veterans.
Oh my god. How is this man not in jail?
Because America has a two-tier justice system, and if you're rich and white, you get the benefit of so many fucking doubts.
Stop giving him benefits of doubt. Seriously.
He's a convicted felon! Actually sentence him already. Please.
Get this man off. Seriously, like,
Bye!
get him off the streets. Get him off the streets.
Alright, well, that's my call. So,
Get this guy off the
you
streets.
two keep
Seriously.
talking about
Alright.
I'm just in shock. It don't make sense. Make it make sense because it just don't make sense.
How can you make something like this make sense?
Answer, you can't.
Reminder, by the way, Trump is like a well-known. He dodged the draft in Vietnam.
God, I wish he didn't. I mean, what?
Anyway.
Anyway, I'm going right back.
Moving on from the United States to
Oh, man, I missed
Eastern
Russia
Europe.
man.
to our Russia-Ukraine segment, where
Alright, it's just you and me for now.
yes, where we have updates. So last time on the Roomba, we covered
Yeah?
Ukraine invaded Russia.
Yeah.
We have updates on that.
Ooh, updates.
First, Ukraine has confirmed shoot down of Russian fixed-wing fighter bombers over Russian soil.
Hmm.
A Russian attack helicopter managed to get a good propaganda shot of them turning back the invader and destroying a quote-unquote advancing Ukrainian column, which was actually a retreating Russian column.
Oh.
It was probably accidental friendly fire because Russia, but also Order 227, maybe, who knows. And then they did it again. A different Russian attack helicopter group had another friendly fire incident. Except this
boy.
time, it wasn't a retreating Russian column. It was an advancing Russian column.
Oh! Well then.
Coming into the theater from the east.
Shoot it down.
Equipped with vehicles Ukraine does not have.
Shoot it down.
And yet, this Russian attack helicopter group still chose to attack them. It's not even like it's A-10 Warthog with the freaking Mark 1 eyeball. No, this is HD zoom camera from 1 mile attacked this column.
Somebody shot it down.
No, because it was a friendly fire incident. Ukrainian troops have been walking into Russian towns, climbing up on buildings and tearing down Russian flags. Just, with no resistance. They've been posting videos of them doing this, like climbing up onto buildings and tearing down Russian flags. Many of these videos have audio. In the audio, you can distinctly not hear any sounds of fighting. More often than not, you can't even hear the sounds of distant artillery. That's how little resistance they're facing. Often in many of these towns, the only place that will have any fortification will be the police station. One of these times the Ukrainians went up and tore down the Russian flags to put up their own, they live streamed it.
Jeez.
Not only did they live stream it, 1 minute before this live stream went up, the Russian commander officially claimed the Ukrainians had no presence in that town.
Well then.
Drone strikes deep inside. Drone strikes deep inside Russia and all Russian air bases have continued. Including, I saw apparently there was a hit near Murmansk. There's one near not Stalingrad. Stalingrad under its new name, Volgograd. I think something hit Moscow as well. 2 T-90M modern Russian main battle tanks were captured fully intact by the Ukrainians without a fight. Like they were just abandoned on the side of the road. Not even stuck in the mud. One of them was literally just parked on the side of the road. Russian troops have been withdrawn from other fronts in Ukraine to be redeployed to Kursk because current estimates estimate that about half of Russia's entire military is currently in Ukraine. Which means they're not in Russia, where Ukraine is. Ukraine has functionally encircled an entire battalion using a river, where they've just blown up all the river bridges. And anytime Russia tries to set up pontoon bridges, they just get blown up. The current estimate for the number of Russians they encircled there was 3,000. Ukraine seized a Russian train station, gaining access to the Russian rail network's computer systems. And they are on the verge of cutting off one of the primary rail links to Belgorod, which will severely hamper Russian logistics even further. Especially as the Russian rail network, which is already on the verge of collapse, is now having backup problems due to trains backing up because there's Ukrainians in the way. Russian soldiers have been filmed looting the Kursk region ahead of the Ukrainian advance. Like, Russian soldiers are just breaking into Russian stores and robbing them as they're falling back. I don't mean like they're looting them for food, I mean like they broke into like a cell phone store and stole a bunch of phones. Shit like that. There was a publicized event of a Ukrainian journalist who was in the region, found in a Russian government building several boxes of records of Russian draft dodgers. And then filmed. They stacked up the boxes just outside and torched them. Burnt the records of Russian draft dodgers to protect them.
Huh. Oh boy.
There are confirmed reports of Ukrainian fixed-winged manned aircraft operating in Russian airspace over the incursion zone.
Mm-hmm.
Which is nuts. It's insane. Which means Russia currently has contested airspace over Russia. There was a video of a Ukrainian FPV drone destroying an Mi-26 Havoc helicopter, making Ukraine the first nation to destroy a manned aircraft with a UAV in air-to-air combat. There is footage of a Ukrainian drone strike on a group of Russian air defense assets, which is notable because the footage is filmed by a drone flying over the air defense assets, watching them from the air.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if only there was some kind of technology designed to prevent such things from occurring. Satellite photos have identified where Russia is building their new defense line. In some places, it is over 30 miles from the border. Continuing on with the incursion news. Ukrainians have begun leaving Yelp and Google reviews on businesses in the Kursk region and asking if they have parking spaces for their tanks. Because there's just no resistance. Ukraine is estimated to have taken over 2,000 prisoners of war so far. Ukrainian farm tractors have been spotted trundling over the border to strategically transfer equipment to alternate locations. In an attempt to throw more men on the line, Russia has formed a battalion of what I've seen referred to as Aerospace Forces personnel. AKA, these are like missile control room guys, mechanics, aircraft fuelers, ground crews, etc.
Mm-hmm.
They're being formed into an infantry unit to be thrown at the front line. Also of note, Russia is apparently redeploying to the Kursk region the Kaliningrad garrison.
Mm-hmm.
You know where Kaliningrad is, right, Bolt?
Not really.
Kaliningrad is the Russian exclave that borders Poland and the Baltics. The bit on the, it's that little separated bit that's out in Europe a bit. They've pulled the garrison out of there. Also, Ukrainian forces have begun to dig fortifications on Russian soil.
Oh.
They are digging in Russia.
Quite literally then, huh?
Yes. A Russian oil refinery in the city of Omsk suffered an explosion, which is probably either just random explosion or like saboteurs, because to put in perspective where this is well beyond the Ural Mountains. Even Ukraine's intercontinental ballistic Cessna drones are out of range of this, okay?
Ooh.
So, yeah.
That's pretty far out.
Also, open source intelligence has reviewed their old data and figured out how Ukraine managed to hide all these troops they used for the invasion. And it's hilarious. You know why?
I can guess.
Because want to know what playbook they used for it?
What did they use?
Soviet Battle of Kursk playbook. But basically, they put up all of their stuff perfectly in view of the Russians, but they just had it pointed somewhere else. Basically having it set up basically as a big, in case of emergency, break a glass style reserve force.
Oh no.
However, it just so happened that area they were supposedly the reserve force for, where they were stationed for it, was a day's drive from the city of Kursk.
Uh-huh.
And just like how the Russians did for the Battle of Kursk. So the Russians look at this and just say, they're all pointed exactly where I expect them to be pointed. Perfect. Everything is going to plan.
Yeah.
And the other part of this is a Ukrainian general had been, like, for a couple months, loudly proclaiming that they were worried about the Russians attacking from Kursk. And then, kind of sad Jimmy's not here for this, but the Ukrainians did one of the funniest things. So a Ukrainian unit captured the headquarters of the Russian 60th Motor Rifle Brigade. They took a moment to film themselves doing some stuff. And notably, one of them did the funniest shit. They grabbed a phone.
What?
They grabbed a phone, okay? Like a landline. Foe dialed the phone, picked up the phone, and yelled into the phone, Shoigu Gerasimov, where is the fucking ammunition? Just fucking yelled the Prigozhin line into the phone to keep the meme alive.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. Anyway, moving on to other Russian news. A Russian strategic bomber suffered a mechanical failure and crashed in Siberia.
Yikes.
Caught fire midair and fell out of the sky.
Uh-huh.
The Russians conducted a strike on a grain ship in the Black Sea because they're assholes.
Of course they are.
Russia did another propaganda stunt showing off their super cool T-14 Armada super tank again. This time they displayed it with some form of anti-radar or anti-thermal stealth coating or whatever. Notably though, they also covered all the tank's optics and sensors. So you couldn't see out of the tank.
Nice job, idiots.
A Russian oil depot has been burning for, I think, 9 days. As the Russian fire crews are just incapable of handling the blaze, or even, like, approaching it at times because it's just so intense. Resulting in fires changing from one oil tank to another oil tank to another oil tank, just on and on for, over a week. And apparently it's also started spreading to, like, some other buildings nearby.
Yikes.
Like, they can't even, they're not even able to, like, just contain it to the this storage system, apparently. Just like, bruh. The last Kerch Strait rail ferry has been destroyed, meaning only the Kerch Bridge remains connecting Russia to Crimea over the Kerch Strait. So presumably Ukraine's going to blow up the bridge fully soon. An airbase not far outside of Volgograd, aka Stalingrad, was nearly razed to the ground in a major Ukrainian strike, with satellite photos showing multiple aircraft shelters collapsed or blown away entirely. Multiple storage facilities are gone. and the entire area around the airbase shows sign of being scorched by fire. Using the distraction provided by the invasion of Kursk, the Ukrainian Navy has used its drones to strike offshore gas platforms in the Black Sea. Photos of several kinds of World War II vintage guns have been photographed being on the move in Russia, including at least one artillery piece and a 40mm Bofors gun. Which means Russia is unironically dipping into World War II Lend-Lease surplus.
Oh boy.
Russia has conducted the single largest missile and drone attack in history on Ukraine. And they did their standard thing of, blowing up incredibly strategically important military targets like apartment blocks and stuff like that. One Russian drone landed 17 miles inside of Poland. So Poland's obviously real pissed about that. Luckily, no one was killed by it or hurt by it, as far as I'm aware.
Luckily.
Multiple munitions ended up targeting the Kyiv Dam, with one confirmed hit on the dam, which likely held. And another missile ended up crashing into the reservoir. Reminder, if they blew the Kyiv Dam, the city of Kyiv would be washed away, entirely, probably.
Ooh.
Which isn't the first time they've tried to blow up dams. Also, the Ukrainian F-16s were sent up as part of their air defense, both to contribute to the air defense and also, if they're in the air, they can't be hit on the ground. And unfortunately, one F-16 ended up going down with its pilot. The exact cause is not known. Theorized to be either some form of mechanical failure, pilot error, or, heaven forbid, friendly fire.
Yeah.
Which is entirely possible given just how much stuff was in the air that night.
I fear it was a case of friendly fire.
Then brings us back to the Kursk region, where there's been a bunch of photos and videos of the Ukrainians wandering around and interacting with the Russian civilians who stayed behind, and generally being friendly. They're like, most of the people there are just kind of shrugged, like.
So what did I miss? Fill me in.
We've been going over the Russia-Ukraine stuff. The big ticket items is, let's see, let's go for the big ticket funny ones.
Hold on, wait, before anything, so before I went upstairs, I came upstairs here, I told my mom, I have to go, my podcast needs me, and we're talking about the Russia, and she's like, 36,000 Russians dead or crippled during August.
Oh yeah. The Ukrainian claim for casualty numbers is over 600,000 now. Over 600,000 Russian personnel.
Jesus Christ. She was like, by the end, there's not gonna be enough Russians. But that's
Russia's already struggling for manpower. Jimmy, they redeployed the Kaliningrad garrison to Kursk.
The what now?
Kaliningrad? The Russian exclave near Poland. They redeployed its garrison to Kursk. Russia did a propaganda shot of their T-14 Armada super tank with fancy anti-radar, anti-thermal stealth coatings covering all the optics so it can't see.
Makes sense.
The Russians had a big oil depot burn for 9 days.
Makes sense. Yes.
World War II vintage guns have been seen being pulled out of storage, including a 40mm Bofors.
What?
Russia pulled a 40mm Bofors gun out of storage.
What is that?
It's a World War II vintage anti-aircraft gun.
And
Provided to them as Lend-a-Lease.
It's none of it technically theirs.
Russia did some friendly fire incidents with attack helicopters, including a retreating Russian column that was propagandized as an advancing Ukrainian one, and a advancing Russian column coming from the east. Let's see. What's the other good funny ones? Ukraine burned a bunch of Russian records on Russian draft dodgers. Ukraine scored the first UAV to manned aerial vehicle air-to-air kill.
So they shut down
Ukraine,
a plane drove by a human with a drone?
A helicopter with a drone, but yes.
Close enough. You know what I mean.
Yeah. There was footage from a Ukrainian surveillance UAV filming a Ukrainian strike UAV destroying a Russian air defense system.
Nice.
You know, being observed from the air.
Yeah.
If only there was some form of system to defend against such things.
Yep. Oops, my phone fell.
The Ukrainians have been leaving Yelp and Google reviews on businesses in Kursk. The Ukrainians have captured over 2,000 Russian prisoners of war. The Ukrainians captured a Russian command post and filmed themselves doing the funniest shit. One of them took a phone, they faux dialed the phone, and shouted into the receiver of the phone, "Shoigu! Gerasimov! Where is the fucking ammunition?"
You what, in Russian?
No, in Ukrainian. They didn't really dial the phone. It was very clearly faux dialed the phone, but it might have been in Russian. I don't know. They shouted, "Show you Gerasimov, where's the fucking ammunition?" Or where the fuck is my ammunition? The last things to talk about is the Ukrainian occupation of the Kursk villages, which is like 100 villages now, I think. 100 settlements. Where the Ukrainians have been interacting with the locals and have been, you know, nice to them. They've been like handing out food and water. They've also gone around to a lot of the dogs that ended up getting left behind and feeding and watering those dogs as well.
Good.
There's interactions where it's like with them, and you're like, yeah, no, stay in your home if you think it's safer. Like, just don't do anything that like interferes with us just wandering around. You're good. We'll leave you alone. You're chill. Meanwhile, the Russians have been looting their own stores as they fall back.
Oh yeah, again, Twitter, as per usual, I find all these kinds of things. A poor girl got her face blasted off, like shot off, in a city occupied by the Russians. Like, she was 14.
Which is a decent segue to one of the largest towns in the region that Ukraine occupies is the town of Sudzho, which Russia has begun to indiscriminately bomb.
Yep. It doesn't.
Their own town.
It does not surprise me whatsoever.
No, it really doesn't. Just the thing, I forget the exact number. I believe it's like Russia's like average, by the way, for the latest part of the war, Russia's been averaging like 1,000 casualties a day.
Jesus Christ.
Like they've been averaging like 30,000 casualties a month. Which, for context of just how bad that is, the Battle of Okinawa during World War II, one of the fiercest battles of the Pacific War for the United States. The United States versus the Imperial Japanese Army, one of the most, fanatical armies of World War II.
Yes.
The United States averaged just under 600 casualties a day during that battle. The Russians have been averaging 1,000 casualties a day.
It's just depressing.
It really is. It's awful, it's horrible, and...
Make it stop, please. We all know it's not, but it's like, please.
Just make it stop, please.
The thing is, in the vast majority of the front, strategically speaking, they've reached the strategical equivalent of World War I.
Trenches?
Yeah, both sides have basically dug in, up across from each other. Neither side has the ability to gain sufficient superiority to truly break through. So Russia's been going on the offensive by doing mass charges across no man's land.
And it's not working.
Well, they have been making gains. Objectively. They have been, so far this year. Russia has been making gains. Like, every couple days they'd gain, like, a field.
Yeah, but it's a field.
Which, like, every, like, small field in Ukraine would cost them, like, 500 lives. And the only reason they were able to do this is the Russians have... The one thing the Russians can do well is mass saturation artillery fire. Artillery is the one thing... The one thing Russia's always been good at is mass artillery fire. And Russia objectively has artillery superiority. Combined with they have developed glide bomb guidance packages they can fit on their old bombs to semi-accurately do strikes. Mainly on field hospitals. Because...
Of course.
What Geneva Convention.
More like Geneva Suggestion. Sorry.
Yeah. Geneva Checklist. Basically. Yeah. It's they have been making slow gains, which is one of the reasons that Ukraine really did need to pull off this Kursk offensive, because it generated them a huge amount of positive press, because the fact is, if they hadn't pulled something like this, they were objectively slowly losing. But, and the thing is about, overall, strategically, this doesn't change very much. It's a huge propaganda victory that boosts their own morale, boosts the morale of their Western backers, which they need to keep supporting the war. It's terrible for Russian morale, and terrible for Putin politically. And, yeah.
Yeah.
It also, the other thing it does, is basically it shows that all of Russia's supposed red lines, that which don't do this or we'll nuke you kind of things, weren't real. Like, apparently the joke is they've searched the entire Kursk province and have yet to find a red line. Like, it's just... someone did the meme with, like, the orangutans around the table meme. I'm gonna post it in images. Where it's the NATO and Russia like, no invade, have nuke, and then Russia and then NATO and Ukraine are like, where a nuke? Like, how much things have changed.
Yeah.
And it's just like this is like a big thing for them. It's a big victory. It's embarrassed Russia. But the thing is, objectively, so long as Russia can keep somehow managing to drag up enough men, they will eventually war of attrition Ukraine down.
Yeah, no,
like the Winter War. Like the Winter War.
Yeah.
Which, reminder for how well the Winter War went for them. The White Death had over 500 confirmed kills in a war that only lasted about 100 days.
Where's the White Death?
Simo Haya, the Finnish sniper.
Ah.
The sniper with the highest kill total in history.
Damn.
Who in like 100 days got 500 kills. Then he got shot in the face by an exploding bullet and lived.
God damn. Okay, that
Built
is
different.
Yeah, literally. Holy shit. Did he like? I assume he's also participating in World War II.
He did volunteer to rejoin service for the continuation war, but Finland ended up putting him in a backline support position, managing the forces because they didn't want to risk him.
I mean, fair enough. So you wouldn't want to risk someone like him,
especially since he was still recovering from the fact he got his face blown up.
Fair enough.
Which also, reminder, exploding bullets are illegal.
Like now, or
like that's like one of the war crimes that predates the Geneva Conventions.
Huh.
Like the convention that banned them predates the Geneva Conventions.
Damn.
But, you know, Russia.
Yeah, so it's literally just Russia.
Yeah, and if anyone is curious as to why Ukraine really, other than just their sovereign territory, really doesn't want to be part of Russia, the Holodomor.
The who?
The Holodomor was the Soviet genocide against the Ukrainians before World War II. Which, if I were to sum it up briefly, Irish potato famine, but actively malicious and with death squads. Okay?
I have a question for God. Why? You know?
Yeah. And if you want to know why, it's literally because Stalin.
Ah, yes.
Because during the Russian Civil War, Stalin led a unit into Ukraine and got his ass whooped.
Ah, yes.
He was salty about it.
Correct.
Because reminder, Stalin is the 20th century's second most famous genocidal mustache man, who actually killed more people than the most famous one through the simple shortcut of living long enough to commit more than one. But yeah.
I just feel bad for the Russians. Like, you
yeah,
know,
I feel bad for the Russians.
The normal
the
Russians.
Yeah, the Russian people. The fact is, the way Russia is basically getting people into the army, because technically, the soldiers fighting in Ukraine itself from Russia are technically volunteers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, technically, they're not.
Well, no, they are volunteers. However, Russia basically got them to do it by basically promising 5 years worth of salary per year,
mm-hmm.
and then not paying it.
Oh, so basically scamming them.
Yes. And Russia keeps having to jack up how much they're promising and not delivering on.
So, just quick, I just saw a ping on a server I'm in, and it made me happy because You'll know how I like Moimon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Moimon devs team has released a new patch called Moimon Star Emerald, and they put a little teaser image, and there's 30 legendaries to be caught, Mega Evos, and Moimon, and the deck's up to Gen 9. Optional difficulty with level scaling and caps, expanding deck's moves and abilities, special battles, Fire Red style graphics with day and night cycles, and new battle backgrounds and maps to go through. So this shit is hype. Sending this to Griff since I know he likes challenges and shit like that.
So
but yeah, sorry.
To wrap up, to wrap up, what is theorized by some, I've seen theorized, is the thing Ukraine's kind of pushing for, is basically to try and force Putin's hand into calling a general mobilization. And basically force him, through manpower shortages, to basically call up all the conscripts and send them in. Which would, from what we've seen so far when he tried a partial mobilization before, would basically be political suicide for Putin. Like, the problem is, no one just naturally is going to try and depose Putin, because Putin has basically defenestrated anyone who was a possible political opponent to him.
Yes. As you do as a dictator.
Yes. But when he called a partial mobilization, previously, earlier in the war, like 2 million Russians fled the country, and there was so much unrest that he was forced to basically walk it back a bit, and promised that they, like the normal mandatory conscription, would only be deployed within Russia. And like not even like with, I'm pretty sure he hasn't even like deployed them within the territory of Ukraine that he's officially annexed into Russia. Well, he says he's annexed it, but you know, actually like proper internationally recognized Russia only. Because the thing with part of that too is that expands the losses to not just like the contract soldiers who are technically volunteering, but that means basically everyone's kids and fathers are being sent into the meat grinder would be what happens, which would cause mass unrest.
Yeah, basically.
And basically, Ukraine's basically trying to force Russia to the negotiating table because neither side really wants to keep going. However, Russia still wants to accomplish everything that they want to do, basically. And Ukraine wants to get it done because obviously, Ukraine's biggest worry is Donald Trump wins the election.
Yes, absolutely.
Because if Trump wins, he has stated he is going to pull all support for Ukraine to basically force them to negotiate. However, at the same time, Russia's biggest fear is Harris winning.
Exactly.
Kamala Harris has been far more aggressive in her rhetoric about Russia-Ukraine than Biden had. And is likely to provide even more support. The other thing Ukraine has to worry about is the fact that war weariness is starting to affect Ukraine as well.
Yeah. I feel like, again, I wish that Ukraine comes out better, because, let's be honest, this is not good in general for the country. Like, what's the name of the Ukrainian president again?
Volodymyr Zelensky.
Yeah, he's done a very good job keeping the country still afloat. Because if it was the last person that, led Russia annexed Crimea, we would not have Ukraine right now. It would be part of Russian territory.
Reminder: Zelensky by trade is a comedian.
Yeah, I know. That's the more surprising part.
Yeah. The other problem Ukraine's been having, from my understanding, is the fact is, Ukraine and Russia, before the war, basically had the same doctrine. They had the same kind of post-Soviet doctrine and training for their officers.
What does that mean?
It basically means that, for starters, both sides were very easily able to predict what the other would do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a doctrine based around artillery and manpower superiority, which Ukraine does not have.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially, against Russia, Mr. I'm going to throw men after men after men after men.
The fact is, the other part of it is which also means a lot of Ukraine's officers are still trained on and are used to using Soviet-style tactics, which has exacerbated Ukrainian losses.
Yeah.
Like, it's someone was like, I saw someone describing it like, for example, American army unit wants to go attack that house over there.
Yes.
They come up with a plan and a backup plan. And a backup plan for the backup plan.
Yes.
Soviet military training, the Ukrainians or the Russians, they want to attack that house. If you're lucky, they come up with a plan to attack the house.
If not, they're just going to rush in.
If not, they just attack the house without a plan. And if it goes wrong, oh well, everyone dies. Oh well.
God, I hate war so much.
Ukraine has been working to try and modernize it and more NATO-ize it, but it's been slow. And honestly, if Ukraine is able to come out of this intact at all, get into NATO and rearm and retrain and all that stuff, and get help from the West to rebuild, I have no doubt that Ukraine will return to prosperity after not too long, but kind of a big if. And the thing is, if this ends with how Russia wants to end, where they get all the territory that they say they annexed, what's going to happen is Russia's going to pull the same thing they did previously with Chechnya, or somewhere else. A few places, I think. Well, they'll pull out, spend a few years rebuilding, and then they'll go back in to do it again.
Yeah.
And try again. But this time from a further forward initiating position.
Can't wait for Putin to be taken care of.
Yeah. But the other problem is Russia is particularly prone to authoritarian governments because democracy just never really worked in Russia. Like, I
mean, look at the country.
That's not the problem. The problem is you had the Soviet Union, which was, so what you had is you had the Tsars, okay? You had the Tsarist Imperial Russia, which was absolute monarchy. Which then gives way to the Soviet Union, which is a one-party authoritarian state, which then, following the Soviet Union, Russia becomes a democracy, which suffers from mass corruption, mass organized crime, the birth of the Russian mafia, cost of living crisis, blah blah. Basically, switched from a command economy under communism, under the Communist Party, to free market capitalism, all at once, before establishing things like property rights and anything like that. Which basically resulted in mass chaos until Putin showed up, made it authoritarian again, and some semblance of order returned. To the Russian people, to a significant extent, democracy means chaos, disorder, high costs of living, and just chaos.
Not at the time.
Yeah. They have no traditions of democracy, and the only time they've ever really had democracy, it was disastrous for them. There's a whole bunch of reasons people say as to why all of that happened, and people trying to claim it's America's fault. But the point is, it was a big mess, and Russia kind of gotten trapped in that. It's really unfortunate for Russia and the Russian people, but that's just kind of how it's ended up being. And I hope they're able to break out of that and become a democracy or something. But
yeah, something non-authoritarian. Right? That's what you mean?
yes. I hope for the sake of the Russian people they manage to do that, but I'll be honest.
I doubt it.
America has a better chance of getting a functional passenger rail system within my lifetime than Russia has of democratizing within my lifetime, I'm pretty sure.
That's kind of depressing to hear. Sorry if it sounds weird for me to say it, but
It is depressing. It honestly is. But it's just kind of the way it is, unfortunately.
Yep.
And on that unfortunate dour note, unless anyone has anything else, I think that's where we can call it for the week.
Alright, let's let the ad pass by, because of course immediately after we finish this an ad pops up.
Of course.
But yeah, it's just like, you know, hold on, what's the Sith quote? Because this is a very strong, like, quote that kind of fits this. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering.
The Yoda quote?
Yeah, no, okay, and ironically, it goes kind of hard and kind of fits the situation we're in. Because it's like, there's so much, especially now with social media and everything, like, the amount of hate people, like, I'm not even saying people that actually deserve the hate, I'm just saying people that don't deserve the hate, that do anything, and then they just get fucking dumbed on. It's just, like, depressing.
Like Algerian boxers.
Sorry?
Like Algerian boxers.
Yeah, like her. For example. Or the people of Ukraine. Another example. It's just like, why can't we just vibe? I'm not even asking for much. I'm just asking for a little bit of vibe. Just chillax. You know, talk things out. It's like, I'm playing Valorant a lot, and one of the quotes, one of the characters say, Gecko, he's like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Raidenite. It's like, Raidenite, it's like the resource that they're fighting for, and he's just like, why? Why can't we just talk it out, hug it out? Fucking, a lot of the times, a lot of wars is either for, I want to say racial profiling? Question mark?
xenophobia.
Yeah. Or for resources.
Or both.
Or both. Usually, actually, kind of both. But it's just like, why can't we just fucking talk things out? I get, you know, anger, like hating someone and fucking fighting him, but it's like, okay, that's a one-on-one thing. You deal with it. It's your problem. But it's just like, especially now that the internet's a thing, you can just talk people into hating some. Sorry. You can talk into just hating someone for no reason. For example, this is an imaginary case. This is nothing real. There is no semblance to anything. Let's say I have beef with Griff, which is a friend of mine, and I decide, fuck him, I'm going to make his life a fucking pain. And I come up with a story to make him look like the bad guy, and this has happened a lot, and I forge false evidence to base my claim. And it works, and I just ruined this man's life for no reason other than I have a little bit of beef. Like, even if afterwards I get caught on the act, and, you know, I get fucking slapped in the ass for it, his life is still just over. What is he going to do? He can't break it back up. He has this image now of him. Like, people have this image now of him. I said Griff because we don't have beef. Like, I didn't want to, you know, talk with someone that sometimes I have beef with. But yeah, it's just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like it's stupid, and I hate it so much. Ooh, big man. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna take care of this before I stop the stream.
No, you're good.
But yeah, also, I think this has thus far been the longest Roomba thought. We are currently 4 hours and 20 minutes into, well, 18 minutes if we want to be exact, but we are closing into the 4 hours and 20 minutes. Funny, haha, wheat number. But yeah, it's been a while, so of course it's gonna be a longer Roomba because we've been gone for 3 weeks. I'm sorry, everyone. Last week I was off traveling with the family. Oh, yeah, I didn't even explain why I went off that last week. So I'll do it now while we, you know, do it in a little bit of a better note. So, last week, I was, you know, with my family was told that we were going to visit our family in the north. Like our aggregate family, question mark? You know, the family that's your parents and your brother and sister, and your siblings.
Extended family?
Extended family, yeah. Because we're visiting my parents, my father's grandparents, and my mom's grandma. Because my grandma reached 90. She is running in the 90s. And I mean this in the funniest and yet most considerate way possible. This woman looks like she's 80, and she doubles with technology like she's 50. Like, she's constantly with her phone, sending memes, doing things with her phone, asking for help. Like, she is fucking advanced. Yeah. Again, I mean this in the best way possible. I love her a lot.
Yeah.
And
I can understand that.
And just generally speaking, it's just been... We just went and visited. We spent some days with my dad's family first. And so... We arrived on Friday. We chillax. We have, you know, dinner and such. We're just generally relaxing, having a good time. On Saturday, we just had a, you know, do whatever you want day. So I went to a mall because I wanted to get myself a pair of headphones. I have headphones already, but this was specifically headphones for my DS, my Switch, and my phone. Because my current headphones, the one that I wear for stream, are USB connected. And about that, that's kind of annoying because I can't really connect them to a DS or to any of the other devices. I technically could with the Switch, but it's a hassle, so I don't wanna. And I arrived at the place only to discover that one of the shops I wanted to visit was closed. Not closed as in closed for the day. No, I mean as in there's a completely different store for when that used to be there. So yeah, I had to go to the supermarket in the mall to find headphones, which I did eventually find, and I got them on sale, which, you know, always good. And just generally just went shopping, went to eat at a KFC. I know, weird, why would you go eat at a KFC? Look, I wanted chicken, and KFC Spain, apart from the memes, yes, it's KFC Spain, they also serve good food. I genuinely love eating KFC. And then I went, oh, okay. Question, have you two ever picked up the wrong train, bus, whatever?
Yep, I have.
American, we don't have those.
You have trains, though.
Yeah, but we don't use them.
You know what? Understandable, have anything. So, in my infinite wisdom, I had the number of the bus memorized, because I asked my sister, just in case. And I grabbed the bus that got out of the mall at 3:15. I had to grab the bus that was, what is it? 3:45. I had to grab the one at 3:45 instead of the 3:15. So I had to go to the other side of the fucking busway. So into the other end of the road, of like the road the bus takes, and then they were like, "Hey, you have to pay again," because we went to the end of the road. And I'm like, "Ah, well, shit, I didn't know that." And I explained to the bus driver what happened. In my infinite, you know, innocence, I guess, and just trying to make it make sense for me. And he's like, "Okay, it's your first time. I can clearly see you feel bad about it. Don't worry about it. You won't have to pay again. I'll just get you to the other side." I'm like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh my god, thank you." So I sat back down to the bus. I did the entire other trip back to where I wanted to actually go. And before I arrived, I was seated, and then I stood up and went to near the bus driver. And I'm like, "Thank you so much. This is my stop. I'm going to make sure I don't miss this again." It's like, "Don't worry about it. Just make sure, and you'll be fine." I'm like, "Thank you." I thanked him like 3 times, and then I got off. And then Sunday was when my grandma's birthday was on Friday, and on Sunday was the day we were actually celebrating it, and we were, you know, visiting family. Oh my god, they all looked so different. I don't think I've seen them since like 2021. So, you know, people that I thought were like much shorter are suddenly nearly my height. And I'm not a short person. I'm 6'1". So like,
Suddenly tall.
Suddenly I come from like this kid that I could punt to the moon to like a fucking dude that is my height. I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so, you know, we get for the picture and everything, and because I'm tall, I go in the back, and I decided to be a little troll, and I T-posed. I T-posted the picture. You can see my arms, like my shoulders moved because my arms were raised into a T-pose. But you couldn't see my arms because they were behind everyone.
You asserted your dominance without it being obvious.
Exactly. So we had lunch at this very fancy hotel/restaurant, and I asked for burger. You know, hamburger, because it was one of the things in the menu. And when they bring the hamburger, I'm like, "Oh, it's not like an actual built hamburger. It's a fucking deconstructed one. There's meat on one side, like a patty. There were actually 2 patties, a little bit of salad, and potatoes, like fried potatoes, French fries." So what I did, I had a bread, like one of those breads that they give you in the restaurant. I assume you guys know what guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. It's like I'm explaining this. I'm like, I want to make sure I'm explaining myself correctly.
Like buns.
Yeah, like buns of bread. So I grabbed my bun. I grabbed my knife. I cut it in half. I opened it. I slapped the patty on it. I slapped the salad on it. I asked for some ketchup because I thought it wouldn't be complete without some ketchup. It's a burger. And I slapped some ketchup and I ate one of the patties as a burger. I also, like, eventually, like, my cousin, he was like, I can't eat anymore. And he had, like, half the fries still on his plate. I'm like, don't mind if I do. And he took them. He's like, take them. I don't care. Like, hog, free fries.
Yoink.
Yoink, indeed. But yeah, then on Monday, we went to my grandma's town to visit there. I played some Wii Sports. Because I can barely play the Wii. So I'm going to take any chance I can to play with the Wii. I also asked some people for teams for Pokemon Battle Revolution, which I will get to eventually. I need to get my mind to it. And right now, that's not it, Chief. But I have them noted down, so I will work on them eventually. And then on Tuesday, my body just did not want to cooperate. I think I slept like half the day off. Because, like, the room I was in was very small, and it was basically two beds. One of them, like, didn't work, like, it was broke. And the other one was, like, the bed underneath it. So we take the bed underneath it. I slept on that one. And for some reason, my body was just like, sleepy time, bitch. And I was like asleep on my bed for like half the day. Like, I woke up at like 1 p.m.
Oh.
And then I think I woke up at 1 p.m. I did some things around the house. And then I think I fell asleep back again like 4 p.m. And I woke up at like 8 p.m. And if I actually didn't even go to sleep that late. I think I went to sleep at like 2 in the morning. And you may be thinking, but 2 in the morning is very late. Yeah, well, considering I woke up at 1 p.m. and then I slept an extra like 4 hours, no, I don't think so. And then on Wednesday, we went home. We took our usual France trip. And by that is, we go to France. I know, disgusting, but we go shopping for food and shit. Because why not? It's right next to us, so why not go there? It's there for the taking. So we bought shit in France, and then we got home. And that's why last week I was unavailable for streaming, and I only streamed on one day. Because the other part of the week, I was just kind of fucking depressed. Anyway, is there anything that has popped up in any of you two's mind while I was explaining my quaint little trip to the north of Spain?
Not really, other than upcoming week. Let me hope I say that right. No, in 2 weeks will I have a birthday of a family member to celebrate. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
That family member is gonna turn 80.
It seems like this year is the years of the zeros, huh? Like, people turning 80, my grandma 90. Anyway, we're gonna stop the stream for now then. I'm just gonna stare at the clump of pals. Look at them, there's so many. Fucking collisions and shit and shenanigans. Anyway. I think this is gonna be everything for today. We can play with Mina later if you all want. We can try and hook that up. But for now, apart from that, I'm gonna stop streaming for today. Again, 4 hours and a half eventually of stream. And since I assume we have so little people, or like no one, because you know I was off for a long time, so people don't come back. Anyway, I'm going to see who I can read. I'm going to read them. I have a sneaking suspicion that we're not gonna hit the objective for this week, which is a shame. For this month, which is a shame. But next month is gonna be funny. And it's gonna do with Mario Kart. Pretty sure.
Mario Kart.
Not that Mario Kart. Mario Kart DS, you know, the good one. Anyway, I am going.
Mario Kart DS, you know the good one. There's only one good Mario Kart, and that's DS.
Exactly. 8's boring. Wii is frustrating. Super Mario Kart is absolutely obnoxious. I have never played Double Dash, so I can't talk about that one. 7's fine.
I like 7.
7's fine.
I like 7 too. It's, in my opinion, I think it's underrated even in some cases.
Definitely. But it's like, for me, Mario Kart Wii is like so overhyped. It's like, no, I don't like it. I think my
You've seen it too much. It's been in your face too much.
No, you want to know why? It's because when I wanted to 100%. So, story time. While I go see who I can raid. So a few years ago, my uncle, who has Down syndrome, he can be really fucking mean for no reason, and they just chalk it up to that. And I'm like, no, he's just being an asshole just to be an asshole. He decided to reset the Wii and all the save data in it. Guess who spent the majority of the hours preparing that Wii so we could play the family together? This idiot, right here. He's pointing at himself. Me. So, guess my anger and the wanting to just shove a battery up his mouth, like down his throat, I wanted to do to that man. But because I wanted to unlock everything in Mario Kart Wii, I did everything in Mario Kart Wii in like the span of 2 days. I did every single Grand Prix. I did every single ghost, because you have to beat the normal, you have to unlock the veteran ghosts to unlock a few characters. And I did a speedrun just, to do it. And it was fucking painful. And it made me hate this game so much. I hate Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road. It's the most overhyped, boring track in the game. It's the worst Rainbow Road ever. I hate it with a passion. Anyway, we're gonna raid Harpy.
Harpy.
Because she's online, and she's a cool Harpy. Hopefully, she's not on BAYBEEEE. She's not. Thank fuck. Because, oh god, you were like, cool. That's very cool, actually. Anyway, we're gonna raid her, and I'll see you all next week, where we'll start by doing Mario Kart runs. As is on Mondays now, I think. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye. Thanks for all the fish.